Someone make it make sense.
I'll be a couple.
Hello, everybody. Welcome on in. We are going to pick up here. Well, kind of. We are recapping day 5 of the Karen Read retrial. We are going to be starting off here with Ian Whiffen. And we're going to go back. We're going to be picking up where he starts talking about the step data, because this is quite interesting. And of course, we'll be getting into cross, and then of course the ARCCA dudes as well.
One you used was steps. If I have an iPhone and I'm walking
the flight activity, flight event,
and it registers steps, can it tell what direction I went in?
No, it's purely just looking for motion of the gyroscopes, which appears to match the pattern that it expects of somebody who's walking. It doesn't know whether you're in a straight line, walking in zigzag circles, just number of steps.
Why do I keep clicking the right button, the right clicky thing?
I had my iPhone and I was moving the iPhone, but my feet weren't moving. Would it register?
It could register some, but typically it's relatively good at picking the difference between actually walking.
Well, this is the interesting thing, right? So we were talking about this earlier, how like there's stories of people where their phone is like literally on a table or whatever, and like they check it and it's like, oh, it's registered. I got in 1.5 miles of my Fitbit or whatever the fuck thing. And anyway, it's interesting.
Moving the iPhone, but my feet weren't moving. Would it register?
It could register some, but typically it's relatively good at picking the difference between actually walking or throwing the phone around or shaking it.
Now that, of course, also another reason I wanted to play that again, Murdaugh. For those of you guys who were here on the most recent Murdaugh episode, we watched where we were on the state's rebuttal case, and we literally watched the expert who's become infamous for throwing his phone around the office to recreate motion on the phone. And this is so funny. He literally is throwing the phone around or shaking it. But there's also the part where Alex is on cross exam and Creighton's like, what were you doing? Were you hitting your phone like this? And it's like hitting it really quickly to create steps. It's just this is just hilarious.
Picking the difference between actually walking or throwing the phone around or shaking it.
But does it really know?
The healthcare data, does it store with date and time?
So there's 2 locations that health data is stored. Primarily a database called the health_db_secure, and that aggregates the information into periods of time. So you may have a 10-minute period where it says 100 steps were taken. It could be that the 100 steps were taken in the first 2 minutes, and then virtually nothing was done for 8 minutes there. But there's another database called Cache Encrypted C, which is more granular. It's where the information is written originally prior to it being aggregated and moved into the bigger health database.
You also mentioned that the healthcare data has a term known as steps.
Yeah.
If the movement registers as steps, would that necessarily mean that a person was walking up or down steps?
$1 question.
Sorry, we're talking about steps taken or flights climbed?
I'm sorry, flights climbed.
A flight climbed, according to Apple, is essentially an incline of 3 meters over 16 steps taken. So it wouldn't really matter whether it was walking up a flight of stairs, walking up a steep inclined hill, on an escalator, something like that. If there is movement that appears to be walking and an incline of 3 meters, then that would be considered a flight climb event.
Is there any other ways that the phone could register flights climbed, but the person's not actually walking up or down stairs?
So I did test this a few months ago, driving in my vehicle.
And this is where it gets even more Murdaugh'ian, if you will. But like, y'all, when it gets worse than the dude throwing his phone around in the office.
Is that the phone could register flights climbed, but the person's not actually walking up or down stairs?
So I did test this a few months ago, driving in my vehicle. I was able to, if I just put a phone on my dock as I'm driving around, nothing was recorded. But I found that if I was actually holding the phone while driving at the same time, then the natural suspension of the vehicle plus the movement of my arm would be considered enough to be steps. And if that motion happened while I was driving up a hill, it would also result in a flight climb event.
Okay, you tested it. Let's see, dude. I can't. I'm just over it with this thing. Okay.
And the
Do we
testing.
have any video? Do we have any data? Do we have any pictures? Who else was there? How many times did you text it? Test it. Was there a control? Like, this is absurd. What is happening and why?
If I was actually holding the phone while driving.
Listen to this nonsense. I did test this myself as I was driving along. Sorry, what? Come again? Welcome.
Is there any other ways that the phone could register flights climb, but the person's not actually walking up or down stairs?
So I did test this.
Not how you do this when you're an expert witness in a criminal murder trial. Why?
A few months ago, driving in my vehicle, I was able to, if I just put a phone on my dock as I'm driving around.
I have to say, literally, Angel, he may as well put his phone on a dock. Literally, honestly, I would be less pissed off if he put it on a dock, because at least that would be cute.
And nothing was recorded. But I found that if I was actually holding the phone while driving at the same time, then the natural suspension of the vehicle plus the movement of my arm would be considered enough to be steps. And if that motion happened while I was driving up a hill, it would also result in a flight climb event. And the testing that I did consistently resulted in, I think it was 9 flights of stairs climbed while I was driving up the same hill multiple times.
In your studies, what elevation
I just have to
change?
say, because he didn't take any photos or videos of his little experiment, we will never know if his dock is cute. And that's really the shame, isn't it? Isn't that the shame? I think Kane is trying to type something, but I'm not quite sure what. That's the goal.
Would have to be present if you were in a car with a phone, and it would register.
Sorry, why would I ever miss an opportunity to quote the room? That's the idea.
Healthcare data as steps. Is there a certain level of elevation that would trigger that?
Again, it's just a 3-meter incline is required.
Did you say 3 meter?
3 meter.
The
3 meters. Trying to think in feet. Y equals MC squared, or sorry, E equals MC squared. Yeah, that didn't help me. Oh well.
The healthcare data, in addition to being able to give a range of time of movement and defining generally terms, whether it's steps.
There's a reason I'm not a mathematician.
Is there any other information about healthcare data that is important in your analysis of this case?
Mother of God.
Sorry, can you just repeat that, please? I'm
Sure.
just trying to think.
The healthcare data you shared tells us there's movement.
Yes.
And it may come in the term steps. You also shared that the healthcare data can show elevation. That can come in the term flights.
Yes.
Is there any other information about the healthcare data you looked at? Did you look at it across a wide range in this case?
No, it was just the steps and the flight climb that I was interested in.
What is the time period you looked at the healthcare data for in this case?
Between midnight and 6 a.m. or 6:30 a.m.
That's midnight on January 29, 2022, so about 6 a.m.?
Yes.
And before we get to any presentations, did you see movement on that phone relative to healthcare data at different points through the night?
I did, yes.
Did you identify those different times in your report?
I did.
You created a PowerPoint for Mr. O'Keefe's phone. Are those time points and movements, are they indicated in the PowerPoint as well?
They are, yes.
So you had, with Mr. O'Keefe's phone, you looked at location data, you looked at healthcare data. Is there any other data you found important in your analysis to try to track the movements or non-movements of the phone of John O'Keefe on January 29,
Sorry. Yay, MCAT's here. Woo!
2022?
Yes, I've also looked at battery temperature information and at a feature called Doppler, which is monitoring for Face ID.
Tell us a little bit about the battery temperature. Is it the battery temperature of the phone or part of the phone?
Never heard of this Doppler.
There's a battery temperature sensor built inside the phone within the battery, and it's essentially always checking for battery overheats or battery cooldowns to the point where performance will be affected and the device needs to power off to save itself being damaged. So that temperature information isn't recording ambient temperature. It's not interested in the temperature in the room, for example. It's purely interested in the battery temperature. But it is affected by ambient temperature. And I, again, did lots of testing by putting the phone into controlled temperature environments, so inside a freezer for a set amount of time, to monitor how the battery temperature would decrease over time, given the environment it was in. Bringing it back into a warm environment and testing how long it takes to increase. Putting the device outside. I live in Calgary, where it's pretty cold in winter. So putting it outside, it was...
Name that song. You and me, seen everything to see. from Bangkok to Calgary, and the soles of our shoes. That's all you guys get. Name that song.
40 Fahrenheit, I think it calculates to. The temperature of the environment had a big impact on the battery temperature that was recorded by the device.
Were you able to track the changes in battery temperature for Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone over the course of the evening from after 12 on January 29, 2022 through after 7, 8 in the morning?
Yes, there wasn't a massive number of records, but there were records that I've included in my report.
In addition to those three areas, when a person uses an iPhone and presses the buttons, or they hold it and they try to open it by recognizing their face, what is that process called?
The Face ID would be the process for the unlocking, and then the locking, pressing the button on the side would lock the device.
When an iPhone is being used, does it act or operate differently when it's out in the open or if it's in your pocket or under something?
Yes, so this is the Doppler function that I found within a feature called Unified Logs. Essentially, whenever
the device. Don't know that song. Also, I've recently, as of late, I have shortened needs and Z's to just Z's. So I think everyone knows what I'm talking about. If I say like hi Z's or yay Z's or whatever. But does no one else?
Receives a phone call, or when you pick up the device, an iPhone X or above is trying to find a face to use to unlock the device.
By the way, side note, if you guys remember from Idaho, when we were covering initially the Barnharts, the first somehow of the married couple expert witnesses that are also in the same field, aka digital forensics. We had the Barnharts. That was weird enough, and then we had the what were they? The Jensens or something. I don't understand. You have the one lone fella, Mr. What's his face, who needs to get with the program with the expert witness in the digital forensic field dating show or what have you. What was his name? Mr. Oh dear, where is it? Let me see now. I gotta look. Anyway, but what I was going to say is that the Barnharts, who are expert witnesses for the state, shout out to DB, who did a little digging and found that during the Karen Reed trial round 1, Mr. Barnhart, 50% of the Barnharts as a couple, whatever, had tweeted out, during this trial and was like, shout out to Ian Whiffen, who did such a great job testifying against Karen Reed or what have you. And it was like, whoa, that's pretty wild. Like, what are the odds? So I'm just looking for this name here that I'm looking for. But I still haven't found what I'm looking for, but I'm really close because I'm right in the right category. Okay, hold on. I just remembered it. I literally just remembered it. Roll off. I knew this would happen. Roll off. Not roll out, but roll off. He's the one dude who's like on his lonesome when it comes to the digital forensic expert people. The other 4 are 2 couples, which is just bizarre. Never seen it before. So, yeah, there you go. Mod program. I don't know what you're saying, Kane. I can't believe no one knew that song. Well, the song's not about Calgary. Okay, anyway, the song is Into the Dark by Death Cab for Cutie. So.
If the camera is blocked, a record is made to say that it's within a pocket state.
That's a good game.
So if my phone's in my pocket, when somebody calls me, it tries to look for a face, it immediately recognizes that the camera's blocked, and it records pocket state. As soon as I take the phone out of my pocket or unblock the camera, it records a pocket state cleared event. So we know when the camera was covered up versus when it was uncovered, if at the time it was receiving a phone call or was being picked up.
Does an iPhone always record whether or not the camera was blocked or hidden or covered at the time a call comes in?
No. For example, if the device is already unlocked, then it won't make a recording to say that it was within a pocket state or a pocket state cleared. And if the device isn't blocked.
That's good to know. This is stuff that we've not heard before. Okay. Remember, when he makes these claims, these are things that might come up in other trials. Okay.
Or not the camera was blocked or hidden.
On
Does an iPhone always record whether or not the
Does an iPhone always record?
camera was blocked or hidden or covered at the time a call comes in?
No. For example, if the device is already unlocked, then it won't make a recording to say that it was within a pocket state or a pocket state cleared. And if
Okay, what he's saying is if the device is already unlocked, it will not record this pocket state cleared. This pocket state thing is completely brand new to this trial. This is what he's saying.
The device isn't blocked at all. So if I have the device on a desk in front of me, for example, and a call comes in, there'll be no record that says that it's in a pocket state or a pocket state cleared. It will only record a pocket state event if the camera's blocked, and it will only record a pocket state cleared event if the camera was blocked and now isn't.
So if I have my iPhone and I put it inside my jacket in the darkness and I get 30 calls, would all of those
Why does it have to be dark though?
calls result in a reading of pocket
Is that like the darkness of your soul, Brennan?
state?
They'd all result in multiple readings of pocket state. The pocket state check is conducted more than once a second. I can't remember the exact number, but it's very frequent. And an average phone call from the start of the ring to...
You know who could benefit from this is people who frequently make butt dials. Y'all know anyone?
when the device essentially hangs up.
Just saying.
Somewhere in the region of 500 checks. So if you had 10 phone calls, then you'll have 5,000 checks made that would all report pocket state.
Did you analyze John O'Keefe's phone on the evening, early morning hours through the next morning on January 29, 2022, in an attempt to identify where he was, what he was doing, and whether his phone was inside or outside?
That was my goal, yes.
And did you engage in that analysis, sir?
I did.
And in your efforts, did you write a report?
I did.
Did you write multiple reports on these separate issues?
I did.
And those reports are provided to everybody?
Yes.
In addition to the reports that you generated from your study,
Yeah,
did you present or did you prepare a PowerPoint?
I did.
Right, I just wanted to pause this to draw everyone's attention. Kane's making a really good comment here on the screen.
Does the PowerPoint outline some of those points?
It does.
At the end of the PowerPoint, you go through a timeline accumulating many of these pieces of evidence together that show them in a chronological sequence?
I do.
And does that help capture the movement or non-movement of John O'Keefe's phone through that night?
I believe it does.
Nora, may I approach?
Yes.
Hi, Two
I'm showing no
Fast.
binder, sir.
Come on in.
Look at it. Let me know if you recognize it.
I think we've all been here. Too Fast is asking a really great question. Anyone else go to the trash can to look at the recipe instructions after we threw the package away because we thought we could remember how long to cook it and at what temperature? I mean, literally, who has never done that? That just seems like a normal thing.
Yes, this is the presentation that I created regarding John's phone.
And does it include some of the subject areas we just spoke about?
It does.
I'd move to introduce this as an exhibit, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
By the way, I have a really fun game we're gonna play when we get to the ARCCA. Dudes. I thought of, as soon as we got done with the previous live stream, I was like, oh my god, I have an idea for the best game ever. Every time. That makes you a pro.
Thank you.
You know that makes you a pro at finding things in the trash can.
With the court's permission, Mr. Whiffen, referring to Exhibit 39, I'd like you to walk us through John O'Keefe's phone on the evening of January 29th.
Okay.
I just want to
2000.
say, Kane, I popped in very briefly for your live. I was doing other things, but very sadly, there was somebody there who just is really clueless about double jeopardy, and it made me very sad. Just saying.
And 22.
Yes.
Thank you.
That's the tip.
So I start the presentation with location data. As I mentioned earlier, this comes from the cache.sqlite database, which is considered the most reliable location or the most reliable file for location data on an iOS device. Stores information whenever location information is requested. That could be through user interaction with the device using something like Waze. It could be background activity, just depending on what applications the user has open, what settings the user has chosen. It's constantly trying to find this location and recording it in this database, partly for the purposes of identifying frequent locations. At 12 minutes and 5 seconds after midnight, the device shows multiple location
Oh
points
boy, here we go.
at Washington Street around Forge Pond. What I tried to show here, there's a kind of a gold dot in the middle, which would show the actual latitude, longitude information. And then the circle around it is what's considered the accuracy radius. The smaller the accuracy radius, obviously the more accurate the information is believed to be according to the device. But ultimately, if the device is anywhere within that circle, then iOS would consider it correct. It considers it an accurate record.
Mr. Whiffen, why are there multiple circles of location data for one point where Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone was?
So this wasn't a single point in time. This was multiple records at around 12 minutes and 5 seconds. No application was actually in use at this time requesting location information, but the device, for whatever reason, recorded multiple records with various degrees of accuracy. Typically, you would see accuracy start quite low and get better over time, which you may have seen on your own device when you open up the map application, and it may show your device close to where you are, but not perfectly where you are, and then wait a few seconds, and that information gets refined. Essentially, this is the same thing.
So low accuracy would be a wider circle, and higher accuracy would be a smaller circle?
Correct.
At this point, Mr. O'Keefe is not utilizing Waze on his phone?
Correct.
But location data is still being stored randomly on the phone from multiple different sources?
It is, yeah. Depends on the device itself.
In the top left-hand corner, it says
No matter where you go,
12:05.
where
That's
you are.
the time that this
Also.
snapshot?
Yes.
And
In
then
this
below,
case, approximate.
and below it's obviously the date.
Yes.
Okay, could you take us ahead, please?
There were multiple records between that last time and
Yeah.
what's shown on screen now at
Knees
90.
and disease. I had a lot of problems with some of the things that he said. Like I never heard of the pocket thing, so I can't really dispute that. But when we get to the lock button, better believe.
Minutes and 33 seconds. But all of the records were sporadic and low accuracy with values of 1,000 meters or more. But around this time, around 90 minutes and 33 seconds after midnight, is when Waze was actually brought on screen. Waze starts to ask for high accuracy data, so we see the accuracy immediately start to improve. So again, we see relatively low accuracy data to begin, and then over the next few seconds, it begins to refine itself until it gets down to a 5-meter accuracy records as the device continues up here. We'll highlight that there's a cluster of records here as the device came to either a slow or a stop. Momentarily, multiple records were created, and then the device continued driving up Denham Street.
Mr. Whiffen, below the time, 12:19:33,
Y'all know that song.
in the date, talks about the average accuracy.
Yes.
So
And
we
that's
can skip through some of this. Okay.
Yeah, based on the
Yeah,
speed
well, we
and
watched all this earlier too, so.
the location and the timestamps, you can determine whether the device is moving or stopped.
Thank you.
Also important to, I think, point out here, in terms of knowing how reliable this location information is, I typically look at something along the lines of, does the location think it's accurate? In this case, 5 meters, so yes. Does it make sense? Like, it's on the road, it's on the correct side of the road. So again, it kind of makes sense. It fits the pattern of the road. The cadence and the speed are what you would expect for this road, like traveling at 20 to 30 miles an hour up here seems quite reasonable. So all of these factors taken together increase my confidence that this would be reliable location data. Moving to the next slide, between 20 minutes and 19 seconds and 21 minutes and 58 seconds after midnight, the device starts on the left side, sorry, the right side of Denham Street, drives up and turns left onto Maplecroft Road. Again, we see that all of these location points match the pattern of the road layout. They all have a consistent cadence, a consistent speed, traveling at between 10 and 20 miles an hour. And we see a cluster of records here, which is around a stop sign. So again, it indicates how reliable the data is because the location, the location data that's recorded recognize the vehicle slow, come to a stop, and then continue after the stop sign.
Is Maplecroft Road in Canton?
Yes. At the end of Maplecroft Road, the device turned left onto Oakdale Road and continued heading down there. Between the hours of 21 minutes and 59 seconds and 22 minutes and 53 seconds, the device continues down Oakdale Road. Again, all of these location points show with 5-meter accuracy. They show a consistent cadence, consistent pattern to the road. And again, we see a cluster where we see the device come to a slow or a stop for a stop sign. The device ultimately turns right onto Cedar Crest Avenue, I believe.
Great song.
And continue down there between 22 minutes and 54 seconds and 23 minutes and 57 seconds. Again, as I've said before, all of these points, 5-meter accurate, they all conform to the road. Cadence is good. And again, we see a cluster on approach to a stop sign. The device shows that it overshot Fairview Road
He
and
says
continued
after midnight a bazillion
turning up
times,
Cedar
so
Crest,
you're going to hear it
but
more.
came to a stop somewhere
Can't help
between 50 and 51.
Yes, I'm
And at
sorry.
23 minutes and 58 seconds.
Yes, Angel. Yes, Scott was here actually this morning. We were watching this, and he is Northern English, and he and Candace had a lovely little chat because he lives in England and she lived in England, and it was very nice.
The device appears to have turned around, so potentially a 3-point turn, in order to head back down Cedar Crest Road and turn right onto Fairview Road. Again, accuracy 5 meters, good cadence, good conformity to the road. All appears to be reliable and makes sense, traveling at an average of 20 miles an hour.
And that road coming down at the bottom of the screen where John O'Keefe's phone travels, that's Fairview Road?
This is Fairview Road here, yes.
I mean, it just looks like some weird snake thing, doesn't it?
The next few slides replay that same data, but instead of showing multiple points on one graph or on one map, it's going to show one location point per slide. So at 24 minutes and 20 seconds, we see the device is already on Fairview Road, accuracy of 5 meters, traveling at 14.8 meters and heading south. 24 minutes and 21 seconds is now at 16.2 meters, but it's still highly accurate information. 24 minutes and 22 seconds, traveling at 18.3 miles an hour. 24 minutes and 23 seconds, traveling at 16.9. 24 minutes and 24 seconds after midnight,
They are
traveling at 16.9.
There's one that looks really like kind of tie-dye, which I enjoyed for the colors. But yeah, other than that, yeah.
24 minutes and 25 seconds, traveling at 16.6. 24 minutes, 26 seconds, traveling at 17. 24 minutes, 27 seconds, traveling at 15.9 miles an hour. And at 24 minutes, 28 seconds, traveling at 14.5 miles an hour, at which point it's...
I mean, one thing we talked about a lot earlier is like, at what point is the jury asleep? There's sometimes where he has like bright red on the screen, and I really think part of that is in case they're half asleep, then that will wake them up.
Approximately outside number 34, around the driveway area. 24 minutes and 29 seconds, traveling at 12.1 miles an hour. 24 minutes and 30 seconds, traveling at 11.5. 24 minutes and 31 seconds, traveling at 10.4. 24 minutes and 32 seconds, traveling at 8.9. 24 minutes and 33 seconds, traveling at 7. 24 minutes, 34 seconds, traveling at 5.2. 24 minutes and 35 seconds, traveling at 3.5.
What is that from?
24 minutes and 36 seconds, traveling at 3.2 miles an hour. And at 24 minutes and 37 seconds, traveling at 1.4 miles an hour. Finally, the device comes to a complete stop at 24 minutes and 38 seconds. I'll say from the testing that I've done related to the speed, it may not be 100% accurate, but it's a very good indicator of the speed in general. So if it says it was traveling at 10 miles an hour, it would have been traveling at somewhere between 9.5 and 10.5 on average.
Somewhere between 0 and 1,000 miles per hour. No, I'm just kidding.
Mr. Whiffen, you just showed us the travel of Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone around 12:24 to 12:24:38 on January 29, 2022. And you said at 12:24:38, it came to a complete stop.
Yes.
Before that complete stop, was the car continuously moving at some speed?
Yes, this is the first record that shows 0 miles per hour or 0 meters per second. Prior to this, there was always a record that showed some level of speed.
If you look at number 34 on that chalk, if you can highlight it, please.
MCAT is here now. What are you talking about?
If the driveway were at the right side, the top side of the house.
Yes.
Does your studies indicate that the vehicle, or at least the phone,
gets spicy.
traveled past the driveway before it stopped?
Objection, Your Honor.
Ask it non-meeting, please.
Did this car or the phone that was in the car ever stop at the driveway of that address?
No, according to the location and the speed data from the device, by the time it was approximately the driveway, the phone reports it was still traveling at around 15.9 miles an hour.
Have you ever seen a photograph of that address?
I have.
You have or have not?
I have.
Have. And in that address, do you see on the far left corner of that address, the yard, there's a flagpole?
Yes.
Where this car stops, so this phone stops at 12:24:30.
Who would like to take, for who else would like Greenan to take that flagpole and shove it certain places, guys?
3.
Raise just
How close is the phone to that flagpole?
I believe very close.
And you never, do you ever see the car or the phone stop anywhere near that driveway?
No.
Please continue.
Between 24 minutes and 39 seconds and 25 minutes and 8 seconds, there were a cluster of more records, all showing 5-meter accuracy, but no movement. Although the center point does move around a little bit, you could interpret this as movement, but because all of the radii overlap, there's also a good chance that there's no movement that actually occurred here. This is just the device as it's trying to refine its location. At 25 minutes and 30 seconds, we see a relatively significant change where the accuracy drops to 34 meters. We do see a course or a bearing that shows that the device reported it was heading west. But again, this accuracy radius includes the previous locations anyway. So it's difficult to differentiate between actual movement based on this location data or just on the fact that the accuracy reduced, the center point shifted because of that accuracy change, and therefore a bearing was attributed to it when it shouldn't have been.
If I could ask you some questions about the chalk line that indicates 25 minutes, 30 seconds, so 12, 25, 30. The circles become larger.
Correct.
Is Waze still being used, or has Waze been stopped?
No, Waze has been closed at this point for about 40 or 50 seconds.
For how long, sir?
About 40 or 50 seconds.
This location data, or this circle, the perimeter, that's not coming from the Waze application anymore?
No, the location data never came from the Waze application. Waze was requesting location data. iOS is responding to that request, and as part of that response, would write the information to its database. Waze itself records very little location data.
Yeah.
So when you look at that circle, based on location data alone, could the phone be anywhere within that circle?
Correct.
There is a bullet pinpoint center of that circle?
Literally, there's nothing. There's just no scale. There's no...
Circle?
Yes.
That center of the circle doesn't necessarily mean that the phone is at that exact location, does it?
It doesn't know. The center point is purely an indication of where you need to draw the center in order to draw the radius. If we didn't have a center point, how would you know where to draw this circle?
And so the phone could be anywhere in that circle, close to 34, inside 34, 32.
Objection, Your Honor.
Ask it non-leading, please.
Could the phone be anywhere in that circle?
It could.
Could it be at the center point?
It could.
Could it be still in the car?
It could.
Continue, please.
Between 25 minutes and 31 seconds and 25 minutes and 36 seconds, there's an additional cluster of location data ranging between 61-meter accuracy and 17-meter accuracy. All of them roughly centered on the same point, approximately, and all of the accuracy radius covers the same area. Like, there's so much overlap in these records that the device is essentially anywhere within the smaller circle. Between 27 minutes and 35 seconds and 38 minutes and 15 seconds, there was approximately 50 low accuracy records.
This looks like somebody left their coffee mug on this, like a sheet of paper, way too many times in almost the same place, but not exactly. Like, why is it this?
Again, the device wasn't being used to ask for location data. This is completely passive and resulting in some pretty poor location data. I've highlighted with the red arrow where the 34 Fairview Road is. And we can see, although a lot of these location data do overlap with that point, there are location information here that doesn't. At 38 minutes and 16 seconds, the accuracy improves again.
Nice.
Is now 18 meters accurate, but continues to show approximately the same location that we saw 10 or 15 minutes earlier, around the flagpole area. 38 minutes and 17
Y'all let me know what things you think could be done with that flagpole.
seconds. Same general area, slightly higher accuracy information down to 14 meters. 38 minutes and 18 seconds. Accuracy increased to 12 meters, shifted slightly. Now the flagpole area is essentially at the lower side of this circle. Obviously, the top side of the circle now includes a part of 34 Fairview.
If the location information is indicated by the circle and the circle has shifted, does that mean necessarily the phone has moved?
Not necessarily. Typically, you could assume it has, but when we're already talking about accuracies of 12, 13, 14 meters, it starts to become a little bit harder to determine how accurate this data is. So at this point in time, it could be anywhere within this circle, and the movement of the center point could just be the result of refinement of the device or environmental conditions that suddenly change. If the weather changes, it could cause the device to slightly miscalculate or to calculate differently.
Would a snowstorm or a blizzard potentially impact
Oh,
the
blizzard.
precision of location information that's not precise like Waze?
Well, there's the $1 million question, one of them anyway.
The device to slightly miscalculate or to calculate differently.
Would a snowstorm or a blizzard potentially impact the precision of location information that's not precise like Waze?
It definitely has the potential to, yes.
How about a phone being covered? Could that affect it?
That could also affect it, yes.
If somebody was lying on a phone, could that affect it?
That could affect it.
Could being in a building affect it?
It could.
Thank you.
Well, that's a good answer for the defense.
We've done that one at 38 minutes and 20 seconds. Again, refining information more. We've got an 8.
Welcome, Catherine W. I do believe you are a new squirrel friend. Are you? So you're in Arizona. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Kane. Sorry, I'm down with the British phrases is killing me over here. General area is not good enough. Cheerio, my lord. Oh my God, I'm dying. I'm dying. You're gonna make my face hurt, MCAT.
Meter accurate radius, still focusing primarily on the front yard towards the left side. And then accuracy of 7 meters at 38 minutes and 21 seconds, again showing that same general area.
Oh Lord.
Between 40 minutes and 22 seconds and 59 minutes and 29 seconds, accuracy fairly drops off again, and we see some fairly wild records that don't cover the area at all. But we also see some more accurate records showing, again, where the red arrow points at Fairview Road. Those records are highlighted here, just between 40 minutes and 22 seconds and 59 minutes, 29 seconds, only showing records of 25 meter accuracy or better. And again, it's kind of focusing on that flagpole area. Between 1 a.m. and 2 a.m., only looking at location information, which is 25 meters accurate or better. Again, it kind of focuses around the front yard area, although some of these accuracies are still rather large and could put the device inside 34 on the opposite side of the street, towards 32. Between 2 a.m. and 3 a.m., fairly similar story. Again, most of these points are centered around that same location at the front yard. Similarly, between 3 and 4 a.m., between 4 and 5, between 5 and 6. And in fact, if I take all of the location data between 25 minutes after midnight until 6 a.m., only looking at the records that report 10 meter accuracy or better, then typically they all focus around that same location at the front of the yard, nearish to where the flagpole can be found.
So I just have to say, at least we have red dots here and an actual picture. Like, this is more helpful. I don't think this picture came in the first trial. Why though is the swim? That looks like that's a swimming pool, right, in their backyard. Hang on. What's wrong with their swimming pool? Why is it the colors that it is? Also, are those not red dots over there that no one mentioned? I mean, I would have noticed had I not moved the freaking CCs, but like, look, guys, what's going on with that swimming pool? I have a lot of like, what? Huh. Interesting. Interesting. Can you live in Florida, you crazy head?
I'd like to ask you some questions about this photograph. There's a red circle with a bunch of red dots in the middle.
Yes.
Would those red dots indicate the center of some location that was captured at a particular point over that night?
Yes. So each of those center dots is the center of a 10 meter accurate or better location record. I chose to not show the accuracy radius circle on this image, just purely because it makes it hard to see when you've got all these intersecting lines. But ultimately, if you were to
not to show the accuracy,
draw a 10 meter radius around all of these points, they would all fall within the large red circle. that's shown.
So this photograph was meant to take readings from the most accurate of the data throughout the night?
Correct.
Your Honor.
Sustained. Ask it again differently, please.
Who is used to live in Arizona?
Was this circle, did it include low frequency data?
No, this circle only includes
Yeah,
10 meter
that's true. I mean, thank you. Welcome back, Jack. That I didn't mean for that to rhyme, just did. That's true. However, the shades of green, though, highlighter green. I've been in a lot of swimming pools. I just don't know that it looks like that. Just saying. Just saying.
It's supposed to be because
Maybe
it
there's
makes
an
it
algae.
hard to see when you've got all these intersecting lines. But ultimately, if you were to draw a 10 meter radius around all of these points, they would all fall within the large red circle that's shown.
So this photograph was meant to take readings from the most accurate of the data throughout the night?
Correct.
Your Honor.
Sustained. Ask it again differently, please.
Was this circle, did it include low frequency data?
Fast. Let me blow your mind. Oh, Missy Elliott. Sorry. No, we're not doing 90 songs hour. Yes. So yes, you can move them. Look at the little hums. But not only that, I learned this recently on accident that you can do all kinds of things. And watch this, guys. You can do the font, you can do the color, you can do all kinds of things. If we start messing with this, we'll be on a tangent for a good long while. But just know that these are all options that are available to you. So yeah.
No, this circle only includes 10 meter accuracy or better.
The fact that the center dots are in different spots, is that inconsistent with
I
the
mean,
phone
right,
being in
I'm
the same place, not moving that entire night?
It could indicate movement. It could indicate refinement.
Is it impossible to tell?
It's impossible to tell at this level of detail anyway.
Are all of these dots, given the range, 10 meters or under, are all these dots and all these readings of the high frequency data that you compiled for that night, are they all
Help the
consistent
glasses.
with
Shake
Mr.
your
O'Keefe's
face,
phone
boot up like
being
that
near the
flash.
flagpole and not moving that night?
Your Honor.
Red from
I
blonde.
think that's a
Black
reasonable
is
assumption.
Drastic. Why this?
All right,
Why
this might
that?
be a good spot. Are you ready to move on to the next area, or you have any more questions
Now
about
would be
this?
a fine time. Your Honor.
All right, folks, why don't we take our
This
morning
one's
break?
labeled as a hazard.
Thank you.
Easy come, easy go, easy come fast, and jealousy, let it go, results to be tragic.
Who's right for the jury?
Anyway, they're on a break. We're going to skip past that.
Let's close the session. Please be seated.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Oh, it's okay.
Mr. Whiffen, before we go into the next
I was
subject,
just rapping. It's okay. It's better that you were not listening or couldn't hear me. I was just rapping.
area, I'd like to ask you about the location data. Based on your review of the location
Stopping.
data, do you have an opinion whether the location data throughout the evening is consistent with John O'Keefe's cell phone being near the flagpole the entire night?
I believe it is, yes.
I asked you whether you had an opinion whether it was consistent with. I didn't ask you if you had an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty. Are there other things that you looked at?
We just skipped past the break, guys. That's all we skipped. We skipped to the break. That's all. This is a weird question from Brennan, though.
Mr. Whiffen, before we go into the next subject area, I'd like to ask you about the location data. Based on your review of the location data, do you have an opinion whether the location data throughout the evening is consistent with John O'Keefe's cell phone being near the flagpole the entire night?
I believe it is, yes.
I asked you whether you had an opinion whether it was consistent with. I didn't ask you if you had an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty. Are there other things that you looked at that you will consider in addition to the location data to have a more certain opinion?
There is.
And is the next thing that you considered Apple healthcare data?
It's the Apple Health data, yes.
We asked about it, or I asked you about it earlier on, but I just want to talk about it a little bit before you show us and present to us the data that you've compiled for us. Is Apple Health data different than when you have like an Apple Watch?
No, it's the same Apple Health data recording on the phone or the watch. The only difference is the sensors being used to do that monitoring. So if you're just using the phone, obviously you're only using the sensors in the phone. It's limited to steps walked and to altitude climbed. If you're wearing a watch, it can also do those things, but it can also add things like blood pressure monitoring and things like that.
Does Apple Health data require an internet connection?
It doesn't, no.
So it's all self-survived on the phone itself?
It is.
So without having an internet connection, it will still store the data?
Correct.
If I have an iPhone, is it storing health data even if I didn't ask for it to do so?
Yes. Unless you actively turn the feature off, it will by default try to track movement.
Is it something that is hidden that I wouldn't see unless I look for it?
No, there's an application for Apple Health, and then the settings are quite obvious in the settings screen.
Apple Health data tracks movement of the phone?
Correct.
When you were considering the Apple Health data in this case, did you begin looking for the Apple Health data before Mr. O'Keefe's phone began approaching Fairview Road?
Yeah, I started again at around midnight and looked at the health data up until 6:30 a.m. on the 29th.
The different points when you track Apple Health data, is that helpful, even if you're only trying to isolate a certain point in time?
It can be, yes.
Does it help determine whether or not it was working properly? If it was,
it can determine whether it's working properly. It can determine an average kind of walking speed, for example, of a person, the average gait that the person may walk with, if that was important.
If a person has an iPhone and they're moving and it registers Apple Health data,
Average gait.
and
Well,
then they stop moving,
I can't criticize everything.
and the healthcare data doesn't register because there's no movement, would the Apple
Maybe
Health
hit the
data
lock button, people.
resume movement
No,
even if somebody else picks
no.
up the phone?
It would. The phone itself doesn't care who's carrying it. It just looks for movement.
So it doesn't identify the owner in order to register movement?
Correct.
Objection, Your Honor.
Does it identify
Yeah.
the owner in order to
Yeah.
register
Better
movement?
question.
It doesn't, no.
Could you turn to the next part of the data analysis that you did,
Yes.
please?
So the two sources that I got the Apple Health data from were a database called healthdb_secure.sqlite. This, as I said earlier, is the typical database that's used to store long-term information about the health activity that's been recorded. So this database can have years worth of steps taken, flights climbed, and any other kind of health data that's been recorded. The downside to that is that the information is aggregated. So you see chunks of time and multiple activities can happen within those chunks of time. The cache encrypted C.SQLite database is much more temporary, but is much more granular. So we can see exact times that flights were climbed, for example, or at least you can see the exact time that the flight climb was recorded to the device. And then that information is aggregated into the larger chunk of time. So again, we might see within the cache encrypted C, individual flight climb events that occurred, for example, 30 seconds apart. But by the time that information is written to the HealthDB Secure, you're now looking at a 10-minute time period with 3 flight climb events, as opposed to 3 individual flight climb events with individual timestamps. Typically, that source is not used because the data is not stored there for very long. The information I found on John's phone was essentially these 5 records. So between 11 minutes and 9 seconds and 21 minutes and 5 seconds, there were 170 steps recorded by the device.
Mr. Whiffen, I'm going to stop at each one and ask you some questions. At the time period between 12/11/09, 12/21/05, you don't have any independent information where John O'Keefe or his cell phone were, do you?
The location data that I showed to begin with on Washington Street was around 12 minutes after midnight. So the presumption.
After midnight. Anyway, I think part of the reason he's showing this is because he wants everyone to see. Now, having said that, this is the shittiest PowerPoint. Like, okay. Why are we not using font size to fill up the size of the screen? I don't know. Why is it so hard to see? I don't know. The jury, you're losing the jury. Anyway, whatever. So it's their job if they want to fail. I think part of this is to show that there's a category here in health activity where it has steps, right? But then you have the third row where it just has 3 flights climbed, right? And no steps, just flights climbed. We talked about this earlier because I was like, well, technically, if you're doing stairs, right, that should be steps and altitude, right? Right? You feel me on that? Because like in the future, we might have a thing where we can go flying in our backyard. And anyway, whatever. Just stairs combine a change in altitude plus steps, right? But it's really important for Mr. Whiffen to be like, oh, there's no steps. It's just a change in altitude. So
is that's where the location was at that time. And then 21 minutes and 5 seconds, the device had already started using Waze. It was already driving along Denham Street or turned onto Maplecroft.
What time did you say that Waze was initiated?
It was approximately 19 minutes and 30 seconds-ish.
Okay, thank you.
Again, we see at 21 minutes and 10 seconds until 24 minutes and 22 seconds, there are 80 steps recorded. And again, if you compare this to the location data, we know that the device was in a vehicle at this time. Between 22 minutes and 14 seconds and 24 minutes and 37 seconds, we have 3 flight climb events that are aggregated into that time period. And again, the location data shows that the device was traveling in a vehicle at that time.
Mr. Whiffen, you had showed us a slide of 2437 on January 29, 2022 in your PowerPoint presentation, noting at that time.
You can call me Milady anytime, by the way, because I'm a Renaissance nerd, so that's pretty cool.
2437, the phone in the car was still traveling at 1.4 miles per hour.
Correct. This is about a second before it came to a stop.
Can you conclude to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that that period of 12:22:14 to 12:24:37, Mr. O'Keefe, or at least Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone, was still in that car?
Yes, the location data shows it was in the car at the time. And my next few slides will demonstrate why that was still recording a flight climb event while it was in a vehicle.
Thank you.
At 31 minutes and 56 seconds until 32 minutes and 16 seconds, there were 36 steps recorded. And then there was no further health activity recorded on the device for several hours until 4 minutes after 6 a.m. When 432 steps were recorded between the time of 6:04 and 6:11.
Let me ask you about that 12:31:56 to
I don't know
12:32:16
why
time.
literally everything he said literally is lyrics to a 90s song. Am I broken? It's possible. But like it's just crazy. I'm like, whoa.
When 432 steps were recorded between the time of 6:04 and 6:11.
Let me ask you about that 12:31:56 to 12:32:16 time period. We can see larger ranges in the time period range. That is a smaller range comparatively.
Yeah, I'm
Yes.
At 12:31:56, is that the beginning of the 36 steps?
Essentially, yeah, it takes the timestamps from the cache encrypted C, looks at when the first step occurred, looks at when the last step occurred, and aggregates the times based on that.
So 12:32:16 would be the last steps taken for that cell phone. And in between that time period, there's 36 steps you shared earlier that it doesn't indicate the direction of the steps. Other than the movement that equates the steps, can it tell anything about what direction, the positioning, how the phone was moving?
It can't, no. It's just purely registered what it thinks are 36 steps.
Could it have been a straight line?
It could have been a straight
Could it
line.
have been somebody pacing?
It could have been.
Could it have been somebody moving and jumping?
Yes.
I mean, again, we're back in Murdaugh on the treadmill territory, which I love.
Jumping, if they were jumping forward.
Wait, sorry. This is pure gold. He's like, yep, could be. But then he draws the line.
Other than the movement that equates the steps, can it tell anything about what direction, the positioning, how the phone was moving?
It can't, no. It's just purely registered what it thinks are 36 steps.
Could it have been a straight line?
It could have been a straight
Could it
line.
have been somebody pacing?
It could have been.
Could it have been somebody moving and jumping?
Yes. Jumping, if they were jumping forward, essentially.
After 12:32:16, when this phone took its last steps, it never moved again?
Objection, Your Honor.
Form of the question sustained.
After 12:32:16, when this phone took its last steps, did it move again until 6:04:01 a.m.?
There were no more.
Here shortly, we get to see Mr. Lussey do his first cross exam. We've never seen it before. It's a first. Woo!
Steps or flight climb or any other health activity recorded during that time.
Do you know what triggered movement at 6:04:01 a.m. of Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone?
I presume that the device was moving at that time, but I don't know the details of who.
Objection, Your Honor. Move to strike.
I'll strike it.
Please continue.
Regarding the flight climb events, looking at the cache encrypted C database, I was able to find more granular, accurate timestamps for these records. And I showed those timestamps on this map at the position that the device was, according to the location data at the time.
So you're going back to earlier in the evening now, 12:22:14
Correct.
to 12:24:37 when the phone stopped near the flagpole.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
So we have the first record at 22:17, a flight climb event was recorded. I've highlighted that was a red line, and that equates to the red line that shows underneath the timestamp where the location was, where the device was at that time. The second record is 22 minutes and 32 seconds, showed with a green line, which shows over here. And then finally, 24 minutes and 37 seconds after midnight, shows with an orange line down here outside 34:30. I'd like to point out that health activity events are recorded upon the event completion. The device doesn't know that you're about to walk up some stairs. It doesn't know that you're halfway up some stairs. It has to wait until you've reached the top in order to detect that an altitude change has occurred. So that change only gets written to the database once the flight climb has ended. I tested approximately 8 different phones, different models, different versions of iOS.
Oh my God.
And found that on average, there was a time difference between 15 and 50 seconds between when I physically stopped walking up a flight of stairs and when the record was made. So it's just based on the time that the device takes to pull the altitude, detect that an altitude difference has occurred, and then write the data to the database. So then I took that average data between 15 and 50 seconds and plotted it onto this graph, which also plots the altitude of the device over time. So the red line here shows the time according to the cache encrypted C.
She dropped him off. I mean, I feel like that's up for debate. Now, they're going to be getting to here shortly different text messages and whatnot, where you could infer potentially like him getting out of the car. Like basically you're going to have to use context clues because there's no witness, right? Like unless you could rely on the phone data, or you could rely on the McAlberts, or you could rely on what Karen has said in interviews, but I don't think she knows exactly what time. So
database where the first flight climb event was recorded at 22 minutes and 17 seconds. Working back 15 seconds from that to say that
she did not have location data on, from what I recall from the first trial. They had very little from her phone. In the first trial, what they had was they had like her calls and text messages, and that was pretty much it. Yeah, I don't think she had it. It did not come in the first trial, and they've not talked about it in the second trial for this trial. So not everybody has that shit turned on, you know? Yeah. But, you know, we'll see what all comes in. There could be something else new. She was driving, right. She was driving, but he was using his phone with Waze. Yep, that's how they were doing that.
With the gap that I know exists between the flight climb ending and when the record's recorded.
Oh, that's right. She connected to the Wi-Fi. Okay, that's right. I forgot about the Wi-Fi. Okay. Right. Okay, right. So that's back at John's house. And literally, as I was saying this, I was like, yeah, I think you can work backwards. Right. So she connected to John's Wi-Fi at 12:36, and it's about an 8-minute drive. So that would give you the time approximately that she's leaving, right? But not what time she got there. So that would make her leaving at approximately 12:28. Yeah. I mean, usually in most trials, we have more specific, right? Of like when things happen. So. I mean, I don't remember. I don't think any for Apple Health came in though. I mean, that's funny, MCAT, but like in all seriousness, I don't think they ever did anything with stepdad. Yeah, we knew what you meant. I don't think they ever did anything with like her step data, or I don't remember anything besides phone calls or texts in the first trial from Karen's phone. I remember expecting a lot more because Murdaugh will spoil you, you know, so.
The flight climb event is presumed to have occurred within this red gradient area. The altitude information on the device shows that between those times, the altitude increased from around 41 meters to around 45 meters. You may recall earlier I said that it's a 3-meter incline that Apple considers a flight climb event. Therefore, the incline that occurred within this red gradient is sufficient to trip a flight climb event. When we look at the second record at 22 minutes and 32 seconds, this is shown on this chart as a green line. And again, working back 15 seconds and beyond to allow for the tolerance, we see the green gradient area. This shows an altitude change of around 45 meters to 48 meters. Again, that would be sufficient for a flight climb event to be recorded because we have 3-meter incline change.
But they still could
But
have
then-
steps, though, right? I mean, they could still have her step data. I mean, health data is not just for altitude, right? It does other things. Even if you don't have Apple Health on, right? Your phones are still logging things like steps and other things, orientation changes, backlight on or off. Again, all the type of stuff that came in Murdaugh, right? Even if you don't use Apple Health.
We don't see an incline change for a while. All we see is the device going downhill until we get the record right at the end there at 24 minutes and 37 seconds. And again, working back around 15 seconds to the orange gradient, we see an increase from around 25 to 28, 29 meters. Again, that would be sufficient to cause a flight climb event to be recorded.
I'd like to ask you,
Sorry, I'll go back.
continue, and then I'll ask you, please.
I then compared
The one I said is so pretty.
that information to
Isn't it pretty?
topology website from the area, according to a topology website data,
Maybe that's why the pool was weird. That might be.
and plotted that out here. We see the red circle now is related to the first flight climb, the green circle to the second flight climb, and the orange circle to the third flight climb. The gradients that we see here are the same gradients that were shown on the previous graph. So the presumption is that within this red gradient is where the flight climb event occurred. Within the green gradient here is where the second flight climb event occurred, and within the orange gradient here is where the third flight climb event occurred. The white circles show the altitude of that particular location according to the topology website. So again, we see that for the red gradient, there's an increase from 43 to 47 meters. Between the green gradient and the green number 2, again, we're going from around 47 to 50 meters. And then with the orange gradient at the bottom, we've gone from around 26 to 28 meters. So fairly consistent with the data that was recorded on the device in terms of altitude information. And I would suggest is the reason that these flight climb events occurred.
Mr. Whiffen, there's 3 different times. The first is 12/22/17. At that time
Okay.
was the wave.
I want to jump ahead a little bit. So basically what they're going to get to here is just they're about to finish up this questioning, this line of questioning. His opinion is that these flights of stairs happened while John was in the car. That's what he's getting to. See, there you go. Okay, then they've switched to the next topic. Now, today when we watched this live, I thought that they were finishing up with him, period. And I was like, yay, on to cross. And then everyone got all excited. And then it wasn't cross. And then Fender was like, Chelsea, you edged us. And then I was like, sorry, guys. So, yeah, this time now I know.
Brought up
Good night,
previously.
Chelsea.
Let me interrupt.
Sorry.
Why don't we just explain to the jury how clocks work in an iPhone?
Clocks.
That is kind of covered in the next slide anyway. Maybe worth just jumping ahead to that slide.
Explain the idea of 3 clocks.
Yes. Essentially, there is one clock on an iPhone. It's the clock that you see. It's shown in the top corner, and all activity is related to that particular time. So when you receive a text message,
Okay, we can skip this initial part. We're going to get to the thing with the phone locking, and I'm going to lose my mind. Just be ready. That one. Basically, this whole thing right here, I was like, all he's saying is he's like, the timestamp doesn't matter. You can't trust the timestamp. And it's like, what? You know, we'll definitely cross-examination will ask questions about some of this stuff that is just like, what? How can you just say stuff? So anyway, and then he talks about monotonic time, and then people were joking about his voice being monotone. And then he also tested things out on his personal phone. Again, not what you need in a murder trial. Just not good enough. He's talking about a flashlight. Okay.
it doesn't count for location data. It doesn't count for Apple Health data. They both work on the system time. They both work on the same system time. So they're always going to be aligned.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty as to the accuracy of the location data times and the accuracy of the health data times that you shared with us?
They'd be consistent with each other.
And again, that bothered me earlier because it doesn't actually answer the question.
So to summarize that, there's only really one clock that's in use on an iPhone for recording. The only difference is the monotonic time, which is how power logs record information, but you need to offset the times to figure out when that activity actually happened. And that you only have to offset those times for power log data, not for health, not for location, not for messages or photographs or any other activity like that, purely power log data.
Is there another subject that you looked at, that you analyzed in order to reach a conclusion about the time and location of John O'Keefe's cell phone over the night of January 29, 2022?
Yes, the next one is battery temperature.
Can you explain a little bit of background on this before you start the
Yes.
slides?
So again, we have a temperature sensor built in within the phone, monitoring for if the battery temperature increases too high and becomes a danger, or if the temperature gets too low and becomes an issue. So it constantly monitors the temperature of the battery and records that information in the Knowledge C database.
It's funny, I talked to my mom on the phone earlier, and she popped in a couple times this morning when we were live with this live. And anyway, she was like, was the camera sped up? She was like, it seems like it was a little bit faster than normal. And I was like, because she's not used to this, right? Like, and I was like, oh, right, yeah. I was like, yep. It was probably on 1.25 or 1.5 speed, and then I explained it to her, and it's just funny. She noticed that. Anyway, it's just funny when you're not used to it.
Did you look into the battery temperatures from before midnight and after midnight and do an analysis regarding the temperatures of that cell phone battery?
I did, yes. Throughout the evening of the 28th of January and then the morning of the 29th.
Mr. Whiffen, that's going to be hard to read. Is there any way you can enlarge it?
Make it bigger. That's what she said.
Apparently not like that.
Let's make it bigger. And
There we go.
Thank
you.
So on the evening of the 28th, see an average temperature of around mid 80 degree Fahrenheit.
Yep.
I've got no understanding of where the device was at this time, whether it was in a pocket on a surface, whether it was in use or not. But I just wanted to get an average idea of temperatures of the device. By 13 minutes after midnight,
and
we're still at 82.
Earlier, I screenshotted these, so and I can put them in the Discord, but I saved them, so I feel like these will come up. So we have
Fahrenheit. At 22 minutes after midnight, we know from the location data that the device was currently in a car, and we see the temperature has dropped to 77 Fahrenheit. By 37 minutes after midnight, we now know the device is already at Fairview. It's been at Fairview for approximately 12 minutes, and the temperature has continued to drop. It's now 72 Fahrenheit.
Mr. Whiffen, if I can interrupt you. At 12:37, when the temperature drops to 72 degrees, is that before or after the healthcare data stops for that evening?
That's after.
Thank you.
45 minutes past, the temperature's dropped to 66 Fahrenheit. 53 minutes past, it's dropped to 61 Fahrenheit. 7 minutes after 1, it's dropped to 55 Fahrenheit. 1:36, it's dropped to 50. And then we have a large gap in the data, with the next record being made at 6 minutes after 6 a.m., when the temperature is 43 Fahrenheit.
Mr. Whiffen.
though.
If
Let me play that part again. That's interesting, isn't it?
And we have a large gap in the data, with the next record being made at 6 minutes after 6 a.m., when the 7 minutes after 1, it's dropped to 55 Fahrenheit. 1:36, it's dropped to 50. And then we have a large gap in the data, with the next record being made at 6 minutes after 6 a.m., when the temperature is 43 Fahrenheit.
Mr. Whiffen.
That is interesting. What do you guys think about that? Because I dare say that would make it seem like the phone was by itself in the snow, wouldn't it? Shit. That's interesting. That would make it seem like the phone was by itself in the snow. Move these dudes. Okay. So, look, you have 82, 77, 72, 66, 61, 55, 50. So look at how quickly it's dropping. All right. Once it starts dropping, look at how quickly it's dropping, right? Really quick. Up until... So here's the thing. If you look at the timestamp for 1:36, right? where it says temperature is 50 degrees Fahrenheit, 10 degrees Celsius. And then you look at the one right below it where look at the temperature, 43. That's pretty consistent with like, you know, the amount that it's changing. But look at the amount of time, or look at the time, right? You have 1:36 a.m. and then 6:06 a.m. That is really interesting, isn't it, guys? Because it's their temperature of the battery. So check it out. We were talking about this earlier. If the phone was in the snow by itself, like if the phone was dropped in the snow, let's just say Karen drops John off or whatever. John drops his phone's in the snow, right? And therefore the phone is getting cold. And John goes in the house. Exactly, Twiz. What happened at 1:36, right? So the battery is at 50 degrees, but it only drops 7 degrees over the next 5 hours. And that is not consistent. Right? So it's not like it's warming back up. It's like it drops 7 degrees. It says the data is missing. Interesting. The data is just missing. It's interesting because it's like, it's not even recording that it's the same. I don't know, man. Well, here's what I will say. Regardless of it, in terms of you can't solve all the things. Like we'll learn more about why it's missing or whatever, maybe. But regardless, what this does look like, right, is like, why is it that then, and when you look at the rate at which it was dropping, why is it that then it takes 5 hours to drop 7 degrees? So again, if the phone is in the snow by itself, right, it's going to be dropping at one temperature. But then if a human body is on top of it, right? So, but that would mean this, here's what this looks like to me. Potentially the phone and the person were not together the whole time, right? Because the phone could be in the yard, in the snow by itself. Like again, maybe John gets out of the car. He's about to go in the door or whatever, drops his phone. Well, no, but he was still alive when they found him, right? So his body would still be warm initially. They talked about that even in opening statements, right? Like the rate at which a human gets hypothermic or whatever. Like you get hypothermic when your body is still pretty warm, like compared to the phone. Like it was way warmer than the phone. So it was found underneath his body, the phone was. So anyway, if he drops his phone in the yard and then goes inside or gets inside, right? And actually this was something that Iowa Backyard Cam had suggested this earlier. And I think we actually talked about this idea last year, but like potentially if he's in the house, things happen to him, and then he gets brought back out, and then they put him on top of his phone to try to make it look like he was in the yard the whole time, right? And that way they don't even have to touch the phone, move it. Because it looks like the phone potentially was in the yard. Then the question becomes, was the John in the yard the whole time, right? Does that make sense? Let's see what else they ask about this.
So with him, if a phone has any protection or coverage, well, let me ask it this way. Do you know what, if anything, happened around 6:02, 6:03 to trigger that 6-degree drop in temperature?
I don't know accurately, no.
Okay.
Brennan asks about that time. So 6:02 to 6:03 is 6-degree drop. So he's talking about, I mean, there is no stamp for 6:02 or 6:03. So I don't even know. I guess he's talking about this one where it goes from 43 to 37. But love how he doesn't ask about the one that matters, right? The one where there's a 5-hour time gap. Great. Don't worry, cross exam, right?
If a phone has any protection or coverage, well, let me ask it this way. Do you know what, if anything, happened around 6:02, 6:03 to trigger that 6-degree drop in temperature?
I don't know accurately, no.
Okay. And then you're now at 6:14 and it's 37 degrees.
I'm saying though, if initially the phone was exposed and then after whatever time it was, 1:16 or whatever a.m., whatever it was, like when there's a gap, right? Like if after that, like at 1 something, if there's a human on top of it, right, that would change the rate versus it being exposed by itself, because the human body is going to have warmth, you know?
Yeah, you're correct. This is the coldest temperature.
Twiz, literally what I'm saying. Are you guys not listening? Are you guys not listening? Are y'all not listening? Literally what I'm suggesting. The phone dropped out of his pocket going into the house, or he dropped it. But that's what I'm saying. Exactly what I'm saying. Okay, you can finish your story. Fine, Twiz. Then he thought Higgins or someone took it and that caused a fight. Okay, fine. Finish your story. We're waiting for Twiz's story. With bated breath, shall I add? That's the story. Oh my God. Great, Twiz. Thank you. I'm dying. Thank you. Thank you, Twiz. Thank you, Twiz. You solved it. Yay, Twiz.
Recorded.
You know what, if anything, happened to that phone at
What, if
6:15:01?
I don't know.
Okay, please continue.
Yeah.
And then as of that point in time, from 6:35, we start to see an increase in temperature to 43 Fahrenheit. At 6:40, it's up to 50 Fahrenheit.
Probably.
6:48, up to 55 Fahrenheit. And at 6:56, up to 61 Fahrenheit. And then also plotted this out onto a graph just for visualization. Again, we can see on the evening of the 28th, the temperature is relatively consistent. It starts to drop as we know the phone is traveling in a car. And by the time it arrives at Fairview, we only see it drop.
He says that a lot, I've noticed. As we know, the phone is traveling in a car.
Until
He really wants the jury to remember that.
1:36 a.m. We see a relatively modest drop over the next few hours, but no record
MCAT must have fallen asleep, but I feel like MCAT would be having a field day with some of this. Love you, MCAT.
recorded. We see the final drop at 6:14, and then we see an increase. But there are no increases occur prior to 6:14 that would suggest that the phone went from a cold environment to a warm environment or had extensive usage.
Between 1:36 a.m. and 6:06 a.m., is there any indication at any time that battery temperature went up?
No, there's no records related to battery temperature at all for that time.
Thank you. Is there another area that you looked at for your conclusions in this case?
Yes, I was looking at device usage.
What is device usage?
Information about when the user unlocks the phone, what applications they're using, what they're using the device for, and when they lock the phone again.
Would device usage require an actual person to interact with the phone, or can it happen without user interaction?
Everything that I was looking at was related to physical interaction and manipulation of the device by a user.
Please continue.
So the three sources of data that I used for this were Knowledge C, a database I mentioned earlier that logs lots of different activity, including device unlocks, device locks, applications that are on screen.
Hold on.
Temperature went up.
No, there's no records related to battery temperature at all for that time.
Thank you. Is there another area that you looked at for your conclusions in this case?
Yes, I was looking at device usage.
What is device usage?
Information about when the user unlocks the phone, what applications they're using, what they're using the device for, and when they lock the phone again.
Would device usage require an actual person to interact with the phone, or can it happen without user interaction?
Everything that I was looking at was related to physical interaction and manipulation of the device by a user.
Okay, keep that in your mind, guys. Actually, Frank's pointed this out earlier, but that's going to become important.
Please continue.
So the three sources of data that I used for this were Knowledge C, a database I mentioned earlier that logs lots of different activity, including device unlocks, device locks, applications that are on screen. The current power log, which I mentioned, which can track button presses. So specifically when the lock button is pressed and the times that I display have been offset appropriately. And unified logs, which is essentially a list of almost everything that's happening on that phone for a short amount of time. But it would be used, for example, if you had a problem with your device, took it back to Apple because it was crashing all the time, let's say, they could look at the unified logs and figure out, well, what's causing these crashes to occur. So really granular. we see that at 12 minutes and 52 seconds after midnight, the device is unlocked using biometric Face ID. The SMS application is on screen for about 5 seconds before it's closed, and then the user presses the lock button at the side of the device to lock the phone.
Okay. So, I don't know what Lana said, but that did not, him going for a ride with Higgins and McCabe, if you mean this night, that did not come in any testimony from anybody, or out, it didn't come out on cross. It didn't come in. I've not heard of that. So, here's what I was gonna say though. Lock button pressed by user. Guys. It's not possible at this juncture. Because the phones don't even log. This is bullshit. The phones don't even log an event for like if it's locked manually versus auto lock, right? We know this. And I brought this up earlier. Great example, Murdaugh, right? The time of death, right? The time of death for Paul is really determined upon when his phone locks. But even there, and I will just say, compared to this trial, they had about 30,000 cell phone experts in that trial. I'm only slightly exaggerating, okay? Versus here, the Commonwealth has 2. And the defense has 1, maybe 2. But nothing compared to Murdaugh, okay? It's just not even, it doesn't even hold a candle to the number of people that come in and talk about the cell phones. And so, but anyway, even with that, even with Paul and the lock and the time of death, they can't say whether or not the phone auto locked. They can't say whether or not he pressed the lock button, or whether someone else pressed the lock button, or whether it locked because he dropped the phone. There's no way you cannot say how or why it locked. All you can do is say that it locked. That's it. So this annoys me. Good night, Catherine. Thanks for being here. That I don't think is true for, well, but beyond, the thing is this is an iPhone anyway. So everything that I'm saying applies to iPhones, but I think also that we had somebody in the chat earlier talking about Androids, but what they were saying was like it's not automatically set to lock after a certain period of time. But regardless, the data that I've seen when it comes to non-iPhones is actually less data that they get from the Cellbrite in terms of the device usage. Like with Apple, it seems to be the most detailed. And so they cannot say that it's pressed by the user. And he doesn't even try to explain it. He doesn't explain it. It just says that. And then the jury is just supposed to believe it. I would imagine this will come up on cross. Just saying.
At 13 minutes and 54 seconds, biometric Face ID is used again. And the SMS application is opened. And at 14 minutes and 29 seconds, the lock button is pressed again, causing the device to lock. 15 minutes and 46 seconds, the device is unlocked using Face ID. The SMS application is already on screen because that's the application that was on screen when the device was locked. And the device is locked again at 16:03. At 17 minutes and 59 seconds, the device is unlocked again using Face ID. The SMS application is still on screen from before. And at 18 minutes and 12 seconds, the lock button is pressed, causing the device to lock. At 18 minutes and 25 seconds, the device is unlocked using Face ID. The SMS application is already on screen from the previous usage. And at 18:31, the SMS application is closed.
What?
At 18:34, the phone application is opened by the user actively pressing on the phone icon on the home screen. At 18:36, they're now in a call. This causes a different screen on the phone. And at 19:23, that phone call ends. At 19:29, the Waze application is opened by the user pressing on the icon on the home screen. And that's open for approximately 5 minutes, closing at 24 minutes and 26 seconds. 2 seconds later, at 24 minutes and 28 seconds, the device is locked by the user pressing the lock button on the side of the phone. At 24 minutes and 59 seconds, the device is unlocked using Face ID. The SMS application is opened using the icon on the home screen. And at 25 minutes and 9 seconds, the lock button is pressed by the user to lock the device. At 27 minutes and 45 seconds, the device is unlocked using Face ID. The SMS application is already on screen, and at 27 minutes and 50 seconds, the device is locked using the lock button.
I think what they kind of end up going with is because they're in the car and it's cold in the car.
29 minutes and 52 seconds, device is unlocked using Face ID. SMS application is already on screen from the previous usage. And at 29 minutes and 53 seconds, the lock button is pressed to lock the device. 32 minutes and 4 seconds, the device is unlocked using Face ID. SMS application is already on screen from the previous use. And at 32 minutes and 9 seconds, the lock button is pressed by the user.
Right.
And that is the final interaction with the device. It's the final unlock of the device using Face ID, and it's the final
It definitely raises a lot of questions that we didn't have last trial. It definitely adds in a whole other layer of problem solving. It'll be really interesting to see what all they do with this on cross, and we're going to get more information as this goes along. It's very, I for one, am glad we're getting more information, because it was really sad last time how really no one could say for sure what happened to him, right? I mean, I think in terms of the legal standard, I think we all can say things, right? But as far as what really happened, it was really unclear, you know, and a lot of that was due to the shitty investigation by the Commonwealth, right? So, you know, again, legally speaking, we all know what that means, but like in terms of just wanting to know what happened to him, right? Like for the sake of like our own peace of mind, and, you know, I guess in a way that's sort of justice, although justice is a legal standard, but anyway, you know, wanting to just figure it out and have the answers. And I certainly hope we get more answers this trial.
Button press on the device as well to lock the device.
So the final interaction with John O'Keefe's cell phone that night?
Correct, up until 6:15 a.m.
In 12:32:09 was the last time before the phone moved again the next morning?
Correct.
Is there one more area that you engaged in analyzing to help reach your conclusions in this case?
There is. During my time looking at the unified logs that were mentioned, I found a record that appeared like it could be interesting that was called Doppler. This was the pocket state that I think I mentioned earlier, and it detects when the user takes the phone out of the pocket.
Literally never heard of this in any trial.
Or at least removes the item that's blocking the camera. There were hundreds of thousands of records within.
I don't know why this hasn't come in other trials, by the way.
Unified logs that I was able to filter down to just the Doppler records and to filter and aggregate down into a more digestible number, which is what's shown here. So again, whenever the device receives a phone call, or whenever the device is picked up in a particular way, the camera activates and it actively looks for a face. If it finds that the camera is blocked, it records the fact that it's in a pocket state, and it will continue to record pocket state until either the obstruction is removed, so the device has been removed from a pocket, or until whatever is calling for the Doppler check to be completed. So for example, if I make a phone call, it will continue to check and look for a face up until the phone call ends, or the ringing ends. So in this case, at 12 minutes and 37 seconds, see a small
I would imagine we will hear this in other trials going forward, the pocket state. I would imagine people will now start to be like, oh, this is a thing.
of time where 4 Doppler checks were conducted. And that ended at 12 minutes 37 seconds with a pocket state cleared event. At 12 minutes and 39 seconds, there was a 7.5 second period where 108 Doppler checks were conducted. Again, that ended with a pocket state cleared event at 12 minutes and 46 seconds. At 25 minutes and 8 seconds, there was a single Doppler check that resulted in a pocket state.
Guys, for after this.
And at 29 minutes and 37 seconds, for 5.5 seconds roughly, there were 97 Doppler checks. The 97th check resulted in a pocket state cleared event at 29 minutes and 42 seconds.
The other thing, Annie, is there's no continuing education. That was one thing that floored me as well today. I was like, wait, what? No CLE. I know it's not CLE, but, you know, continuing, like he hasn't taken a course since the first day. The other thing that was interesting was they hired him right away. Like when he was hired immediately from Celebrate, his first position that he was hired was like senior, whatever the fuck, top dude. Like, what? There was just a lot that was like, what? This isn't making sense. Very little training. You get hired right out the gate from Celebrate in like the top position, and there's no continuing education, no recertification, no updates for your classes. Very weird. Annie, I hope everything is okay with your family.
At 31 minutes and 52 seconds past midnight, there was an 11-second period where 155 Doppler checks were made. The 155th Doppler check resulted in a pocket cleared event at 32 minutes and 3 seconds. At 33 minutes and 14 seconds was the start of a 5-hour and 20-minute period where 26,500 Doppler checks were conducted. Every one of those checks came back to say that it was in a pocket state. There was never a pocket state cleared event during that time. At 2 minutes after 6 a.m. And 41 seconds.
That's also interesting. Going back to this, right? So the times, what was that gap? He said, hold on.
Minute period.
5 hours, 20 minutes. Like the gap in the, where you have the gap with the battery, like we were talking about. Is that the same gap?
26,500 Doppler checks were conducted. Every one of those checks came back to say that it was in a pocket state. There was never.
Remember, it doesn't mean it's actually in a pocket. It means there's something blocking the camera, like a body laying on top of it. The point being, prior to that, was it not blocked? Interesting.
A pocket state cleared event during that time.
Huh.
At 2 minutes after 6 a.m. And 41 seconds, there was a 12-minute period.
Wow.
And 20 second where 417 Doppler checks were conducted. The 417th.
Look at that, 26,532. Man, oh man.
Doppler check showed a pocket state cleared event at 6:15:01.
I'm taking a screenshot of this, and then we can line this up with the battery, guys. That's what we need to do. And you know the Commonwealth's not going to do this, right? By the way, I actually mentioned this earlier. I was like, I want to see a timeline where they put all this data together. The elevation change and the steps, the battery, the pocket, the call, all of it, and put it in a timeline with it all together so we don't have to try to memorize it. Well, they haven't done that yet. That would be great. But nonetheless, I'm screenshotting it so we can pull these up side by side and do it ourselves. So,
Mr. Whiffen, as a result of your analysis of John O'Keefe's cell phone, considering the location data, including Waze data, and considering the healthcare data, the pocket state information, the battery temperature, did you have an opportunity to create a timeline putting all of these different important pieces of data together so you could show them to the jury in chronological order?
I did, yes.
Would you share with us now your timeline and explain it for us?
Of
I
course.
feel like it doesn't look
So again, this combines all of the information from the previous slides, just showing it all within a timelined view. So at 18 minutes and 25 seconds, the device is unlocked using Face ID. We see the SMS application is in use. For around 11 seconds, a phone call is made from John to Jennifer McCabe. A phone call lasts 36 seconds, starting at 18 minutes.
I'm screenshotting all this, guys. We're going to have all this saved.
And 47 seconds. That call ends at 19 minutes and 23 seconds, and the mobile phone application is closed at 19 minutes and 24 seconds.
So this timeline is starting, hold on, starting from midnight, right? So 00, so 12:18 a.m.
Minutes and 23 seconds, and the mobile phone application is closed at 19 minutes and 24 seconds. At 19 minutes and 29 seconds, the Waze application is loaded on screen. And at 20 minutes and 49 seconds, which is what this location on the side relates to.
So there's the iMessage from Brian Higgins. You coming in here?
We see an incoming message from Brian
12:20
Higgins saying, "You coming here?" At 22 minutes and 14 seconds, this is the
So
start.
12:22, he's still allegedly in the car, according to Commonwealth's theory.
Of the 3 flight climb events.
Remember, Karen would have had to have left at a minimum or at the latest at 12:20. What did we say? 12:28, I think it was.
As the device is driving along Oakdale Road, I believe that one is. At 24 minutes and 26 seconds is when the Waze application is closed, and the device is locked via the lock button at 24 minutes and 28 seconds. At 24 minutes and 37 seconds, the three flight climb events comes to an end. And at 24 minutes and 38 seconds is the first record that shows a speed of 0 meters per second.
I mean, this blows my mind that he's saying that about the lock button. He cannot make that claim, and he's not showing the freaking Knowledge C, right, report, like where it says that. Normally in trials, they show you all that data and explain so you can see. And even though it might be tedious, you can see for yourself. This is insanity. He cannot make that claim. And I'm shocked that he's making that claim. I hope they cross-examine him on that. I don't even know that it matters one way or the other in terms of the case, but it's annoying the fuck out of me that he's making that claim without backing it up when I know for a fact he can't make that claim. He cannot say that. Ugh. Help.
At 24 minutes and 59 seconds, the device is unlocked using Face ID, and the message "you coming here" is read at 25 minutes and 8 seconds after midnight. At 25 minutes and 9 seconds after midnight, the device is locked using the lock button. At 27 minutes and 33 seconds after midnight, a text message is received from Jen McCabe saying "here." At 27 minutes and 45 seconds after midnight, the device is unlocked using Face ID, and the "here" message that was just received is read at 27 minutes and 48 seconds.
It does not, Fender. It does not. It does not. All it can log is the screen is locked and the screen is unlocked. Now, when it's unlocked, it can say how, for example, like Face ID. And the only reason it knows that is because that opens the camera, by the way. That opens the camera app. That's how it knows. The things that seem so basic for the phones are the things that the Celebrite doesn't have. The phones don't. Not that Celebrite doesn't have it. The phones don't log it, right? Like I said this earlier. Things like switching airplane mode on and off, switching location services on and off, turning the flashlight on and off, locking it with the button, right? Things that seem, and there's other things too, like a lot of the things that basically you can access kind of like from the control panel. Those things are the things that are so basic that, and not just those, but including those, right? Where it's not going to log an event. Now it does log an event for being locked, the screen locked, but it doesn't mean that the button was pressed. It could be that it locked because it was auto lock. You know, again, Paul Murdaugh is a great example.
At 27 minutes and 50 seconds, the lock
true.
button is pressed by the user, causing the device to lock. At 29 minutes and 37 seconds, we start to get some Doppler checks. And at 29 minutes and 42 seconds, the pocket state cleared event is...
Definitely, I mean, I will say, I do appreciate that he's not flat out lying. He's only weaseling. Happy Annie's correct. He uses a lot of these qualifier words. So it's not like, it's not as bad as, say, like a Mike Sutton in Murdaugh saying it was definitely 5'2" ninja assassins. I'm only slightly paraphrasing. Or it definitely could not have been Alex Murdaugh. Like really affirmative, right? At least he's like weaseling it instead. But yeah.
At 29 minutes and 44 seconds, there's an incoming call from Jen McCabe. This is answered and lasts for 7 seconds, ending at 29 minutes and 51 seconds. At 29 minutes and 52 seconds, the device is unlocked, and a second later, the lock button is pressed, causing the device to lock again. 31 minutes and 47 seconds after midnight. And
he's moving too fast. I didn't get my screenshot in time. Hold on.
2 seconds, the device is unlocked, and a second later, the lock button is pressed, causing the device to lock again. 31 minutes and 47 seconds after midnight, a message is received again from Jennifer McCabe saying, "Pull behind me." And at 31 minutes and 52 seconds, the Doppler check records a pocket state. At 31 minutes and 56 seconds, we start the health event that shows 36 steps were taken. And at 32 minutes and 3 seconds, there's a pocket state cleared event. At 32 minutes and 4 seconds, the device unlocks with Face ID. And again, I'll point out that makes perfect sense if the Doppler state clears, because it's no longer within a pocket, and then it unlocks a second later. That makes sense with the logic that's been identified. At 32 minutes and 5 seconds, messages, applications on screen, and the message "pull behind me" is read. 32 minutes and 9 seconds, the messages application is closed, and the device is locked for the last time. At 32 minutes and 16 seconds, the 36.
You know what they're trying to do is they're trying to do Murdaugh sad. This is sad. This is a sad, pathetic excuse for trying to do Murdaugh. Now, here's what I mean by that. Look at this. Device locked for the last time. You guys. Y'all. Happy Annie, I know you can back me up on this. What a swing and a miss, because this jury is asleep, I guarantee you. And also, look at the difference. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Messages, applications on screen, and the message "pull behind me" is read. 32 minutes and 9 seconds, the message's application is closed, and the device is locked for the last time. At 32 minutes and 16 seconds, the 36-step health event is ending.
Right.
At 33 minutes and 14 seconds, we have the first of the 26,500 Doppler state records that all record pocket state. This is followed by several phone calls at 33 minutes and 35 seconds, 34 minutes and 9 seconds, 34 minutes and 38 seconds, 35 minutes and 9 seconds, 35 minutes and 35 seconds, and 36 minutes and 9 seconds. All calls from Karen. Call were all unanswered, and all resulted in pocket state being detected by Doppler. At 36 minutes and 9 seconds, and again at 36 minutes and 40 seconds, 2 more phone calls received from Karen, again showing unanswered calls and resulting in a pocket state being recorded by Doppler function. 37 minutes past midnight, battery temperature has dropped to 72 Fahrenheit. And at 37 minutes and 8 seconds, a further phone call.
I just want to say, I don't know what this says about me. Well, yeah, actually I do. Literally, you guys, help. I need to be committed to the insane asylum. Literally, what I was like, okay, well, we're just going to have to pull it up with Agent Rudofsky. I literally go to YouTube and type YouTube and type in Murdaugh day 18. And there it is. Like, how is it that I have it memorized? Like, the days of who testifies. Anyway, it's just, I thought I'd be close, but I didn't think I'd be exactly correct. That's something. All right.
All again unanswered, again resulting in a pocket state recorded by Doppler.
Wow.
37 minutes and 31 seconds, a 3-second voicemail received from Karen. And at 38 minutes and 21 seconds, another incoming call. And at 38 minutes and 26 seconds, another incoming call, both unanswered, both resulting in Doppler pocket state being detected by Doppler. And I've also showed some of the locations that were recorded at around this time by the device. 40 minutes and 31 seconds, a message received from Jennifer McCabe saying, hello. This is the first iMessage or SMS message received by the device, which is unread. This is followed up 2 minutes later, 42 minutes and 9 seconds, by another message from Jennifer McCabe saying, where are you? And at 42 minutes and 35 seconds, there's a 40-second voicemail received from Karen.
Hang on. Here's what they wanted to do.
Does Paul continue to communicate with his phone?
He does. He uses the iMessage feature in his phone to send a couple messages to Megan Kimbrell. It looks like it's based off of movie recommendations.
Are those communications for 10 minutes or just for a couple of minutes or a minute or so?
Sure.
A minute or so.
Color fucking coded, people. Thing of beauty.
Going to the top of page 19.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
What
it's
time
coming.
do we see there?
It's coming.
8:48:29.
You can go ahead just a little bit, but I want you guys all to see the difference here.
8:48:58
Okay.
to 8:49:01.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And what happens there?
Paul Murdaugh's phone that's the last time that it was unlocked.
Ever?
8:49:01.
Listen to that. I got goosebumps. The timing and the space and the color coding, because the green on the right-hand side where there's a bracket shows it's locked.
Time that it was unlocked.
Let's hear that
Paul
again.
Murdaugh's phone that's the last time that it was unlocked. Ever. 8:49:01.
The jury will not forget that time.
And the next activity.
And that's the time of death. That's the time of death. Brennan is trying to copy this. And you know what? I can tell you what. He watched this trial. You want to know how I know? Because he wanted Kenny Kinsey as his expert. And Kenny Kinsey gave him an opinion, and Brennan decided not to use it because it didn't work for the Commonwealth. He name-dropped Kenny Kinsey in his second hearing once he got hired. He name-dropped Kenny Kinsey. And also, we all know he represented Whitey Bulger, right? A South Carolinian. Brennan watched this trial, and Brennan is like wanting to do this, and that is sad. Don't even attempt. Like, do not, what is it that they say? Don't go swimming with the big fish when you can't keep up with the minnows. I don't know. I might have just made that up, to be honest, guys. Something along those lines. Y'all feel free to make suggestions, but like literally, what are you doing? Okay. Now let's go back to this pathetic situation.
43 minutes past midnight, the battery temperature has now dropped to 66 degrees Fahrenheit. At 45 minutes and 53 seconds, another incoming message from Jen McCabe saying hello. And again, we can see, look.
Oh, I might have missed it. Did you have a story? I might have missed it. I was probably finding my thing. Did you have a story? Oh, wait, you did have a story. I thought you said you want to hear something crazy, and I thought the response was this. Yes, I always want to hear your story. Please tell us your story.
Location data at 53 minutes and 7 seconds, placing the device.
Right. Don't go to gunfight bringing a broom. I don't know. I probably made that one. Right. Something along those lines, right? Don't come to a sword fight bringing a fish. Sorry. Yes.
On the front yard somewhere, kind of around the flagpole area.
I'm dying.
55 minutes and 31 seconds, a message received from Karen stating, I'm going home. 55 minutes and 50 seconds, a follow-up message saying, see you later.
All right.
Another location data, this is the location that's shown bottom left. And at 2 minutes past 1 a.m., another message from Karen saying, your kids are cooking alone.
Oh, that's funny, Twig.
Mr. Whiffen, based on your
What band was
analysis
it?
of John O'Keefe's cell phone, keeping in mind some of the data points you shared with us, that wave was initiated around 12:19, that the car reached the flagpole around 12:24:37, that the only health data during that later time near 12:30 was from 12:31:56 to 12:32:16, that the last interaction was at 12:32:09, followed by an overnight pocket state, an increased reduction in,
Objection, Your Honor.
So I need to hear the question first.
including a increased
That's the problem.
reduction in the battery temperature. Do you have an opinion, to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, that after that phone stopped in the car at the flagpole area of 34 Fairview, whether or not that cell phone remained near the flagpole the entire night?
Here's the thing. This question was so long ass and rambling that he's lost me. He's lost the jury. What a difference, right? This matters. He's trying to prove time. He's trying to do Murdaugh style, trying to prove time death using the phone. I said this, guys, and in his opening statements, when he kept talking about the phone dying of hypothermia, I was like, interesting. That's what he's going to do. But he's totally fucking it up because he's going on for 20,000 seconds to ask this one question. It's not even a question. It's just leading as fuck. And like literally, it's too long. Less is more. It's insane to me. And I just have to say, did you guys have a favorite one? I don't know. I really like don't go to a gunfight bringing a fish. Or no, don't go to a... What did I say? Don't go to a gunfight bringing a broom. Don't go to a sword fight bringing a fish. Anyway, I don't know. What was James had? Don't go ass kicking with one leg is a good one. I mean, it's just...
After that,
It's also compound as fuck, by the way. It's leading as fuck and compound as fuck. And boring as fuck. Just the worst of all.
phone stopped in the car at the flagpole area of 34 Fairview, whether or not that cell phone remained near the flagpole the entire night until after 6 a.m. the next morning.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
The location data that shows accurate tends to show around the flagpole area. There's no further health data other than 36 steps that were taken that suggest that it moved after 32 minutes and 16 seconds after midnight. The battery temperature data
I'm going to write that down.
for 32 minutes and 16 seconds after midnight.
That's interesting because I wrote this down. In opening statements, I wrote down the time that Brennan gave because I was like, we're going to need this later. I wrote it down. This is the foresight, okay? Brennan said in opening 12:32:09. Listen to what he says.
There's no further health data other than 36 steps that were taken that suggest that it moved after 32 minutes and 16 seconds after midnight. The battery temperature data never indicate.
Brennan was off by 7 seconds. One of them is lying or wrong. Brennan in opening said 12:32:09. He's phrasing it convolutedly here, but what he's saying is 12:32:16. You don't know why they object? Leading compound. Probably asked and answered. We can break it all down. Let's just see here. I mean, the question is rambling AF, but let's see.
Followed by an overnight pocket state, an increased reduction in
Objection, Your Honor.
Right.
12:32:16. That the last interaction was at 12:32:09, followed by an overnight pocket state, an increased reduction in.
Objection, Your Honor.
So I need to hear the question.
Right there, leading in compound, for sure. Right there, leading in compound. Definitely. Without a doubt. Already, right there, leading in compound. And she's like, I need to hear the question. Well, because he's not asking a question. That's why it's leading. Bev?
First.
Including a increased reduction
It's
in the battery.
akin to Lori Vallow, right? Remember Lori Vallow? She's testifying again. Honestly, it's a fine line. When you're leading AF, it's a fine line between leading AF and testifying, honestly.
Temperature. Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that after that phone stopped in the car at the flagpole area of 34 Fairview, whether or not that cell phone remained near the flagpole
And if
the
anyone,
entire night
Jesus Christ, if anyone's less familiar with compound, let me know and I can explain that too.
until after 6 a.m. the next morning?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
The location data that shows accurate tends to show around the flagpole area. There's no further health data other than 36 steps that were taken that suggest that it moved after 32 minutes and 16 seconds after midnight. The battery temperature data never indicates that the device went from a cold environment to a warm environment, which I would expect to see if the device went inside a building. And the Doppler state information suggests that the camera was blocked for at least the majority of the 5-hour period, with no records showing that the camera was unblocked during that time, which would typically happen if you were to pick a camera up.
What the Commonwealth is going to want to try to show, what they're going to try to do, they are going to try to show that John was laying on top of that phone the whole time. That John and the phone were always together and both were always together in the yard. Right? And what the defense is going to want to show is that that is not the case. That maybe the phone was in the snow, right? To that end, they could also suggest the phone went in the house because of the flight of stairs thing. But even if they don't go that route, they could go, the phone was in the snow, but John was not with the phone the whole time. And the new data, honestly, I think works out better for the defense and the Commonwealth. I don't know why the Commonwealth bring it in, honestly. I think the new data with the battery and the pocket shit is just better for the defense.
Move it around.
Does that lead you to a conclusion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty,
Yes.
whether that phone remained in the flagpole area from around 12,
Objection, Your Honor.
24, 33,
So
until the next morning at 6 a.m. or after?
That's
the
my opinion.
objection's sustained. Ask the question in a different form.
The Twiz is saying the temp started to go down before the phone was even at the house. So what would you do with that information then, Twiz? What would you say? How would you use that information?
Do you have an
Oh,
opinion
wait.
where John O'Keefe's cell phone was from around 12:24:33 on the evening of January 29, 2022 through at least 6 a.m. and after that morning?
Yes, based on the totality of all of the information that we've described, my opinion is that the device never moved far away from the flagpole.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
All right. Mr.
Okay.
Leslie?
Cross.
Your Honor, please.
Okay.
Now I'm really excited because A, we did not get to watch this earlier. So this is new to me and I've not seen any of this. I know it's brief because they have to go into ARCCA, but B, this is our first time seeing him in action in cross-exam. He's setting things up. Oh my God, I'm so excited. Yay. We're going to get to see him at work, guys. Woo!
Thank you, Your Honor. May I proceed with the
Yes.
administrative matters? May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Or wait, actually,
Your Honor, pursuant
did we see? No, we didn't see
to a
this.
stipulation with the prosecution, I would like to mark and enter into evidence 3 documents. These are each portions of a March 2025 report prepared by Mr. Whiffen. The first one,
So, yes, they can come into evidence. They can come into evidence. There's a stipulation. So
And
we
so-
can mark it as the next exhibit.
if we can, that's page 29 for the next exhibit. Separately, please.
I mean, he was trying to be thorough, and she's like, dude, it's crazy, right? Let's move this along. It's like, dude, it's really important that he gets that on the record for everybody's sake. Remember all the troubles that they've had with things being marked incorrectly? Anyway. I mean, she still, the thing is, she still went home fucking early. She still went home 6 minutes early today. Yeah, okay.
The next exhibit will be pages 77 and 78 of the same report.
Okay.
Exhibit 41.
The third and last is page 43 and page 44.
Exhibit 42.
Okay, all set.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I, Your Honor?
Yes, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Whiffen. I don't believe we've had the pleasure of meeting.
Good afternoon.
Cell phone data, when correct and when correctly analyzed, can help tell a story of what may have happened under various circumstances, correct?
What a great first question. Twiz, you never were finished what your thought here, dude.
Correct.
And in cases like this,
Beautiful.
literally seconds on cell phone data can be significant, correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
What I'd like to do is to go back to your PowerPoint presentation and specifically go to the timeline that you had gone through with
Gotcha.
Mr. Brennan. And rather than repeating everything, there'll be select aspects of the timeline I'm going to reference. And with the court's permission, we will put the
That's fair. I'm with you on that, Twiz. I'm with you on that. I appreciate that you reiterated that because it could go, who knows what they're going to argue, right? And we'll see what comes out on cross. You know, I do feel like at some point Brennan, in all of his boring nasaliness, said something about how like it's because he's in the car or whatever. But honestly, that could have been one of the things where he asked this dude, and this dude was like, when I'm driving around Calgary, the battery gets colder. I feel like that was one of the things that they said about it, where it's like that doesn't really count, and that's just like trying to. It's just not. It's just bullshit, right? So yeah. So we will definitely keep that in our minds that the temperature started dropping. Yeah.
timeline back on that's already in evidence.
Okay.
Thank you.
So he was in the car essentially then when the temp started dropping. Yes.
So what I'd like to do is to start with.
I'm sorry, I'm thinking this through, right? And now I'm like, well, hang on, we don't actually know. The Commonwealth is not making this easy. If the Commonwealth had facts and evidence that was clear, that they wanted to be clear, here's what they would do. They would show you when he's leaving the waterfall, that is known, right? There's a timestamp. We know that is known. They've not even said that yet in this trial, I don't think. I don't even think they've said. But that's time stamped on the surveillance camera, plus they have the location. When he's leaving the waterfall is known. What they need to do is say, here's that time, here's what the battery was then, and go through the whole time where it's known that he's in the car and the battery. But instead, they start the battery temps at whatever time they decide, which again, I've got screenshots of all this. I'll see if I can pull that up while we're listening to this.
Page 70, which we have is 78 of the deck. If you could, Mr. Wolfe, go to that. And what I'd like to do, if I could please, Mr. Whiffen, is draw your attention to the very last entry, which says at the bottom, location 122438. And it indicates description, first location record showing speed of 0. Do you see that, sir?
I do.
And this is the arrival.
That's at 12:24. I'm going to pull this up real quick for you guys. I think you guys will appreciate this. Let's take one more look. You know, it's really funny because when they showed this to the jury, what I'm about to show you guys, they did this really quickly. And they didn't go through all of it. Again, weasel activity right there, huh? Welcome, Blackwater. So but we have this opportunity. We have the luxury. So check it out. So where it starts, this is the first that they have, the info that they have, that they're presenting, right? For the battery temp. That's at 10:43 p.m., 77 degrees. Then we have 11:39 p.m., 82. Then we have, wait, am I doing that correctly? I'm not good with the military, dude, people. I don't know. What is 23? Fucking hell. Is that 11? I don't know. All I know is the double zeros is after midnight. That's all I know. 23:28. So that would be 11:28. How do people figure this out easily? It's beyond me. 11:28. If I just work backwards from there. So then 10, 10, 9, 8. Okay. So 8, is that 8? Okay. Hold on. Let me start this over. So 8, dude, it would be great if it was not in military. 8:43. Okay. It's 77. Then at 9:39, it's 82. Then at 10:18, it's 86. Then at 10:40, it's 82. Then at 11:28, it's 86. Nice and toasty. That's the hottest that it gets. And then at 12:13, it's 82. And then at 12:22, it's 77. And then at 12:37, it's 72. And then you have a larger, well, I guess it's not quite larger, but it's starting to really drop. But that's at 12:45, 12:53, 107, 136. That 136 to 606 is so interesting, right? Then I got another one. Oh, they just highlighted this. The Commonwealth highlighted where it's the coldest. They didn't highlight the two where there's the big time gap, didn't they? I swear to God. 12. I mean, you can't though. Like subtracting 12 is not. So like, because 0 is midnight. So 23, that's 11. That's 11 p.m. Like we know that has to be 11 p.m. So at 6:36, that's when wait, it's 6:36. What do you mean, Twiz? When it starts warming back up, that's after the first responders have come and whatever. Oh, 1:36. Okay. You think it's in the house? The phone's in the house? But why would the temperature be dropping like this if the phone was in the house? Anything over 12. You subtract 12. Wait, that doesn't make any sense. Oh, no, that's right. Yeah, okay. 23, right, okay. So you were right then, James. Sorry. You're right. I'm not mathing. I'm mathing too many things at once. Squirrel brain. So yeah, correct. You subtract 12. We're doing a lot of things here, guys. Yay, squirrel power. Right. Yeah. Here, I'll zoom in. Anyone that wants to take a screenshot, like now you guys can do that. I guess I could also just put these in the Discord. That might be easier. But I think this is going to be really important. And I've got screenshots. I took a bazillion screenshots tonight, but I'm going to have to crop them and whatnot. But these I took earlier today, so they're already cropped. These two. Because I was like, we're going to want to have this to refer to it because the Commonwealth is just going to go through it really quickly and not they didn't even go through all of it, right? So yeah, so there we have all these timestamps are really crucial. So, and I want to put these up against all the other timestamps that we get for the other data, right? Yeah, I didn't do the math though. So yeah, so it's cooling. It's cooling. Okay, it's consistently getting cooler. And like, for example, it's fluctuating right before midnight. We can see that's fluctuating, but it's not drastically. It starts cooling and getting colder permanently until first responders get there after midnight, basically, right? After 12:13 and on, it's getting cooler, but it's getting cooler like at a faster rate. But the biggest thing for me is that gap. Dude, if I'm cross-examining, I'm like zeroing in on that gap. I mean, there's a lot to cross-examine on, right? And I have every confidence in Mr. Lessy, obviously. Just saying. Yeah, I'll put them in the Discord. I can go ahead and put these in the Discord because like I said, they're already cropped. And then eventually I took screenshots of all of the slides. And if I missed any, I'll make sure I go back and get those. I'll have to crop them. I'll go ahead and put these in the Discord though for y'all. And I'll see if I took any other screenshots that I already have cropped. Those would be the only ones. By the way, we're going to go through the jury shit, guys. I have a lot of thoughts. It's totally going through that with a fine tooth comb is totally made me rethink my thoughts on the third party culprit and there's a reason why this shit matters. They're really convoluted and it's kind of a headache. So I understand why it's really a lot easier to just try to feel like we get it, but we don't get it. Those instructions are crazy. And they're not what we probably thought, not what I thought, certainly, and not when you really go through them. So we're going to be doing more of that too. But yeah, I'll put these in the Discord. So let me just share. And as I get more things cropped, I will put those in the Discord too. Okay. So here's where we were. Okay.
Of John O'Keefe's phone at 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
We could go to the next page, please. We have up at the top, 12:24:59, about 21 seconds later after arrival, we have device unlock with Face ID, correct?
Correct.
Is it possible for anyone other than John to unlock that device with Face ID?
If a secondary user was set up.
Do you have any indication that a second user was set up on John's mobile phone?
I never looked at that.
I'm sorry.
I never looked to see if a secondary user was set up.
Oh, wow. Really?
In terms of the next entry, 12:25:08, it says, read message, you coming here, with 3 question marks. What I'd like to do, because you did not note who that was from, but I want to go back a few slides so we can identify who that message was from. We could go back to 76, please, Mr. Wolfe.
Yes.
So in the last line there, message reading left to right, 12:20:49, it says message received from someone listed in context as Brian Higgins. Do you see that?
Correct.
So if we could go back to slide 80, excuse me, if we could go back to slide 79, that phone reading the message, you coming here, is reading the message from Brian Higgins, correct?
Correct.
But you didn't note that in the timeline that was from Brian Higgins, correct?
No, it was just
posted in the Discord in the Can Read thread. I posted these screenshots of the temperatures, and I also posted the verdict slips.
highlighting the fact that a message was read and that the contents of the message were you coming here.
But you didn't note in this entry when it was read by John that message was from Brian Higgins, correct? Now, the next entry, lock, again, I'm always going to be reading left to right unless otherwise indicated, sir, is time of 12:25:09. And it says device locked with lock button.
Yes.
You see that, sir?
I do.
That requires human volitional conduct. In other words, someone has to actually manipulate their phone and hit it, right?
Correct.
Now, at this particular point, isn't it correct that in your report that you mentioned in your March 2025 report, that you had more of a description of what was happening at this time with the phone, namely device bearing shifts to a westerly direction as location records also show the device moving west from the roadside towards the house. Isn't that what you had
I remember that from the last trial.
in your report?
Yes, that's covered in the location section of this report. The
Right.
PowerPoint.
So
I'm holding my tongue right now, by the way, on the bit with the lock button, because I'm gonna hold my thoughts because there might be a reason he said that.
there is no statement in this timeline under any type where you had concluded that at this time, the record showed that the device was moving west from the roadside towards the house, correct?
The location, latitude, longitude was moving westerly, but at the same time, the accuracy was increasing. So it didn't intrinsically prove that the device was moving.
My question, Mr. Whiffen, is straightforward in this sense, that I'm just looking for an answer of whether on this timeline you included the analysis that you had in your report that the device at this time was moving west from the roadside towards the house. Did you include it in that time?
No, I left that out of the timeline.
Next entry, 2733. And that's 12/27/33. You note that there's a message received from Jen McCabe. Here, exclamation point, question mark. You see that, sir?
Correct.
Now, at this point, you have two people in just 2.5 minutes, Brian Higgins and Jen McCabe, trying to find out if the John is coming to 34 Fairview. Is that a fair conclusion?
It appears so.
I'll allow it.
Is that a fair conclusion?
It would appear so, yes.
So just because of the colloquy that occurred, I want to repeat the question.
Huh.
Now you have, at this point, at 12/27/33, you have two people, Brian Higgins and Jennifer McCabe, in just 2.5 minutes, trying to find out if John or the phone is coming to, or if John is coming to 34 Fairview.
Sustained. Ask it differently, Mr.
Thank
Lesser.
you, Your Honor. Now, at this point, you have two people trying to find out if John is coming to 34 Fairview, correct?
Sustained.
Mr. Whiffen, in
Wow.
terms of the information at this stage, there are two communications with Mr. O'Keefe on this phone, and that is they're trying to find, excuse me, I'll rephrase it. There are two communications, one from Jennifer McCabe and one from Brian.
When you guys hear that sound, it means someone's going to object, right? The other side. So here's what happened. Literally, listen.
Of the information at this stage, there are two communications with Mr. O'Keefe on this phone, and that is
Right there. That sound, I literally heard that. I was like, oh, he's going to object. Unless he heard that, and before there's even an objection, he goes ahead and rephrase. Listen.
trying to find, excuse me, I'll rephrase it. There are two communications, one from Jennifer McCabe.
He's primed just like I am. Hearing that sound, it's like, oh, there's an objection coming.
And one from Brian Higgins, correct? Now let's go to the next deck 80, please, Mr. Wolfe. This is 12/27/45. Device unlocked with Face ID.
It's them grabbing the microphone and pulling it because they're all on those goosenecks. So they have to turn the microphone on, but it's because the gooseneck and them bending it and pulling it towards their mouth. That's that sound. Sometimes when it shows them, you could see them doing it. And it's not just in this trial, it's in other trials. If you listen, you'll hear that sound. It's hilarious. It's like trial sounds, right? If you listen for it, you'll hear it in other trials. It's really funny. But it's really noticeable in this trial because the objections are so, how shall we say, passionately made. They so passionately grab that microphone with it's a full-throated grabbing of the microphone. Every time. It's never, it's just every time. It's like, I love it. I love it.
Correct?
Correct.
And then right under that is
The more
12/27/48.
full-throated, the louder it is. Right?
It says read message, which it says here. And is it correct that that is the message that was sent by Jennifer McCabe?
Correct. I'd just like to point out it says read message, not read message.
Read message, thank you. And that, the fact that Jen McCabe sent that message and that it was read was not indicated in your timeline at this point, correct?
Sorry, repeat that question.
Yes, you did not, it does not appear in that timeline that you've drafted that message that was read was from Jennifer McCabe, is it?
Correct.
Oh boy.
Next entry, 2750, device locked with lock button.
Yeah.
Next entry down that, 2937, Doppler pocket state. And I want to be clear. Does Doppler pocket state mean that someone takes an iPhone? Because up above, there's read messages we went through on 2748. So if somebody reads the message and then it goes at 2937 into Doppler pocket state, does that mean someone has, for example, put it in their pocket?
No.
What does it mean that's a pocket state?
So the only times that I was able to cause a pocket state to be recorded is when the camera was blocked and when the device received a phone call or was picked up in a particular way so that the device thinks that you're about to try to use it.
Okay. Did y'all hear that? Again, this is my first time hearing this. Great job, Mr. Lussey. Now, Mr. Lussey knows he's got very short time to get some cross done. Here's what he's getting at. This dude, Mr. Whiffen, is calling it a pocket state. It doesn't have to be in a pocket. That's point one. We talked about this earlier, right? Because again, it could be covered up by a body, for example. But it goes further than that. That's important.
Doppler pocket state. Does that mean someone has, for example, put it in their pocket?
Wow.
No.
What does it mean? That's a pocket state.
Wow.
So the only times that I was able to cause a pocket state to be recorded is when the camera was blocked and when the device received a phone call or was picked up in a particular way, so that the device thinks that you're about to try to use it.
Would that
if the
sound
camera
like,
is
to me, it sounds like trying to use Face ID to unlock it to answer a call, but like it didn't recognize the face. Is that what he's saying? Because boy, oh boy, that is great evidence for the defense if that's the case, right? Can you guys imagine? Let's see what he says.
not blocked from the outset, then nothing's recorded at all. And in order to get the pocket state cleared, the camera must be blocked to begin with. So again, you have to receive a phone call with it in your pocket and remove it in order to get a pocket state cleared.
Thank you, because that helped me, because that's exactly where I was going with the next question, which is pocket state clear.
You know, Twiz, I was literally thinking about this earlier today. I was thinking to myself that the way that they could prove, I was actually thinking about this in relation to the stupid lock button, right? I was thinking that barring them making a lock button that could take a thumbprint or whatever as it locks or unlocks, and that way you could prove who is locking or unlocking. My literal thought was that if it automatically took a picture of the face, especially, the wrong face, right? I know. Can you imagine it? Every crime would be solved. They have thumb ID. Right, but not on the lock button. I think you're thinking of on the home button. Although old phones, I can't remember now how the old iPhones used to lock. I think they also, the lock button that, my phone has, and I feel like it's always, they're like skinny, you know what I mean? They're like the long skinny. Yeah, I know they don't have home buttons, but I'm saying that when they did have home buttons, wasn't the lock button still a long skinny button on the side? Because I'm saying that the long skinny buttons, they don't take thumbprint or a fingerprint or anything, you know what I mean? But yeah, like they would need to make it wider, in other words, right? To do the thumbprint like they used to do on the home button. But taking a picture, like that's what I was thinking, right? Like if you use Face ID to unlock the phone, or if it accesses the camera to try to unlock it, if it took a picture every time, like so many cases would be solved.
What did you conclude from 2937 to 2942 that it was in pocket state and then pocket state cleared?
There was some activity on the device that caused the pocket state to be checked. The device was in a pocket state up until 2942, when whatever was obstructing the camera was removed.
Next entry is a call at 12:29:44. And that
wait, 29:42. Hold on.
You conclude from 29:37 to 29:42 that it was in pocket state and then pocket state cleared.
There was some activity on the device that caused the pocket state to be checked. The device was in a pocket state up until 29:42, when whatever was obstructing the camera was removed.
Wow. 29:42. Oh, wait, 29:42. So that would be what time then? Is he saying 12:29? He's just saying 29:42. That's not military. I mean, he must be saying 12:29:42. Hold on. I've just confused myself. Hold on.
What did you conclude from 29:37 to 29:42 that?
Okay, yeah, he's talking about after midnight. Okay.
It was in pocket state and then pocket state cleared.
There was some activity on the device that caused the pocket state to be checked. The device was in a pocket state up until 29:42, when whatever was obstructing the camera was removed.
That's important. Look at that time. Like, hold on, backing up. I'm going to write it down.
State and then pocket state cleared.
There was some activity on the device that caused the pocket state to be checked. The device was in a pocket state up until 29:42, when whatever was obstructing the camera was removed.
So, hold on.
So again, you have to receive a phone call with it in your pocket and remove it in order to get a pocket state cleared.
Thank you, because that helped me, because that's exactly where I was going with the next question, which is pocket state cleared. What did you conclude from 2937 to 2942 that it was in pocket state and then pocket state cleared?
There was some activity on the device that caused the pocket state to be checked. The device was in a pocket state up until 2942, when whatever was obstructing the camera was removed.
Next entry is a call at 12:29:44. And that, you state, is an incoming call from Jen McCabe. So there you do indicate the name. And you say answered 7 seconds, correct?
Correct.
Is the phone at this time that there's an incoming call from Jen McCabe that is answered?
Karen Reed got to the Wi-Fi at One Meadows at 12:36, I believe. It was MCAT. I think it was 12:30. Thank you, Twiz. I think it was 12. I'll scroll back and see. I'm pretty sure it's because doing the math, that would be what it would have to be. Let me scroll.
Out in front of 34 Fairview.
Yes, it would be according to the location data.
Right. So now we have at 12:29:44, the phone's out in front of 34 Fairview. There's an incoming call from Jen McCabe. It's answered. 7 seconds is how long the duration of the call was. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then 12:29:51, incoming call ends, and that's end of that 7-second duration.
Correct.
So you've concluded that this was a call that was indeed answered by the user of the phone, correct?
Correct.
Now let's go to Mr. Wolfe 81, which is starting up at the top of 12:31:47. There is, as you indicate, an iMessage received from someone with a contact named Jen McCabe. You see that, sir?
I do.
Can you just state for the jury what an iMessage is?
An iMessage is essentially a text message sent primarily from iPhone to iPhone via the Apple servers, not like an SMS message which goes through carriers.
And is it correct that the message that was received from Jen McCabe said, from a contact, Jen McCabe says, "Pull behind me"?
Correct.
And then at 12:31:52, we're back to Doppler pocket state, correct?
Correct.
Now let's go to the next entry, which is deck 82.
12:36.
It's under health type. And what I want to do is see if we can clarify. The Commonwealth on direct examination, and multiple times referred to this as healthcare data. Do you remember hearing that healthcare data term?
I do.
Is that a correct term? Is it healthcare data or is it health data?
It's health data.
What is?
So it's incorrect to refer to this as healthcare data, correct?
Healthcare data is encompassed within Apple Health, but primarily if we're talking about steps being taken, it would just be health data.
Right. So the correct parlance is health data,
Yes.
correct? Particularly when we're getting to steps. Is that correct?
Correct.
It's important to be precise about the parlance.
Yes.
So in this entry 12:31:56, you state that there's the start of health event, quote, 36 steps / 25 meters, correct?
Correct.
Is it accurate to say that because we're in the United States and we don't work on the metric system, that 25 meters is about 84 feet? Are you able to make that calculation?
It's approximately that, yeah.
Right. Would you accept approximately 84
accept.
feet? So as we discuss meters, we can go to feet and
Yes.
about 84.
I would accept it approximately 3 times 25.
So I just want to reiterate. So again, given if it takes 8 minutes to get back to John's house and the weather, that would put Karen leaving at the latest at 12:28. And all the shenanigans they're talking about here where the phone starts at 12:29 and after.
In your report of March 2025, isn't it correct that for this time, you stated that the device began moving for a period of 20 seconds, correct?
Yes.
So again, your conclusion from your analysis is with these 36 steps, the device at this point began moving, correct?
Correct.
Next entry, 12:32:03, pocket state cleared, correct?
Correct.
So does that mean that there's some human activity going on, interaction with the phone, or not?
It could have been a received phone call. It could have been movement of the phone to be lifted.
But something has happened.
But something's
correct?
happened, yeah.
Next, 12:32:04, device unlocked with Face ID, correct?
Correct.
And then at 12:32:05, it states application focused messages.
Yes.
Can you clarify what that means in terms of what is happening with the phone for the jury?
Yeah. So at 32 minutes and 5 seconds, the messages application was in focus on screen. So it was the application that was being used by the user at that time.
Now, the next entry is message 123206, and it states read message, quote, pull behind me, close quote, correct?
Correct.
Now, you don't indicate who that message is from in your timeline, but that's the message that was sent by Jennifer McCabe at 12:31:47, correct?
Correct.
Next entry is application lock at 12:32:09. And you've got here end application focus, and then you say device lock with lock button for the last time, correct?
Correct.
So that's again pressing the side button on the iPhone that locks it.
Correct.
And that requires human conduct, human interaction with the phone, correct?
Correct.
And then the next entry under health data at 12:32:16, that is 7 seconds after. 7 seconds
I'm holding my
after the
thoughts,
lock.
guys,
It's the end
on this
of
bit with the lock
health
button, because
event
I think there's a reason he's not fighting that, but we'll talk about that more later.
of 36 steps, 25 meters, and as we agreed, approximately 84 feet, correct?
Correct.
So in terms of the steps, I want to turn to some further information with regard to your previous, the report that you mentioned on direct, which is the March 2025 report. Your Honor indicated a time for the break, and I'm going to go into a little bit of different area. Would you like me to keep continuing?
Mr. Leslie, folks will stop.
Oh, wow, already?
Turn lights, please.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit, okay.
Going to recess for the day.
That's good. Okay,
Do not
wow.
discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent
Oh.
research.
I will hold my thought then on the lock button. That might become more clear tomorrow because he's just getting started with Cross, and you better believe there's more to come on that. But we're going to switch now over to the ARCCA Voir Dire. Now, we watched this earlier, but this time we're going to watch and we're going to add something here. And we are going to add a counter for every time Brennan angrily stacks his loose papers in the binder. Yes, you heard me right. Loose papers in the binder. All right, let's go.
To get the defense to comply with reciprocal discovery regarding the ARCCA witnesses. Previously, about a month or so ago, maybe longer, I found that there was a violation of the defendant's obligations for reciprocal discovery, and I found that it was deliberate. The Commonwealth filed additional motion, a motion to compel reciprocal discovery of the ARCCA
What?
witnesses
We're
or
not
to exclude their
portaling. We're
testimonies.
not portaling. No portaling. Are you guys?
Upon that, I believe I issued an order last week for certain discovery to be provided and to be provided by ARCCA. On the day of opening statements, it was clear to me that there was another violation of the defendant's rules, defendant's obligations under our rules of criminal procedure. And based on that, especially given what the defense has failed to deliver, I would not permit the defense from mentioning ARCCA in their opening. So today we're going to have an evidentiary hearing on your motion, Mr. Brennan. So I expect that we will get through both witnesses by the end of today. If not, we'll have to have them back, but I expect we can get through them. So Mr. Brennan, who are we going with first? Dr. Wolfe?
Please.
Okay.
So Annie, first of all, any of you guys who haven't watched all of this, have your favorite comfort pillow for screaming into. For me, it's the goat. Have things ready because you will get mad. Are you guys having errors? I don't know if it's just because you guys thought I was saying that we're portaling, because I know we usually do that, but we're not portaling. So are there other issues happening on YouTube? Hopefully not. But we are still here. We will portal at the end of this, but not yet.
Face the clerk and raise your right hand, please. Solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court in the matter now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, go right ahead, Mr.
Thank you.
Brennan.
Good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon.
Did you become aware there was an order from this court to produce records?
Yes.
Did you receive a copy of that order?
Yes.
Who did you receive a copy of that
So we
order?
need Dr. Wolfe to identify himself.
Please identify yourself for the record. Spell your last name.
Daniel Wolfe, last name spelled Wolfe.
Who did you receive that order from?
I believe it was in an email forwarded from Miss Little.
Did you read it?
Yes.
Did you understand that there was a request for certain communications?
Yes.
Did you understand that you were supposed to turn those records over to the Superior Court?
Yes.
Did you turn records over to the Superior Court?
I provided a copy of that production notice to Ms. Little.
Did you provide the records to the Superior Court?
I didn't directly email that to the court, no.
Did you indirectly email it to the court?
It was my understanding that it would be passed along to the court.
So you did not, pursuant to the order, provide the records to the Superior Court, did you?
Not directly to the court, no.
When you read the order, you understood what the order was requiring you to provide, correct?
Correct.
It was requiring you to provide all text messages.
Yes.
Did you provide all text
Listen
messages?
carefully, you'll hear birds.
I don't have any in my possession.
Did you look for any text messages that are not in your possession about this case?
Yes.
Okay. Did you find any?
No, sir.
What did you do to look?
So I went through the phone that I presently have, and as I informed Ms. Little, last year I was under T-Mobile, was my carrier. Subsequent to that, I then switched to Verizon in, I believe it was November. So I made an effort to contact T-Mobile as well as get access to my T-Mobile account hub. Unfortunately, I was unable to get access to it or get any records prior to, or at least from my T-Mobile carrier. And then I went through my Verizon records that I have from 2025. That was, I could only go back 3 months, and I provided those records.
How about emails? You didn't change email carriers, did you?
No, sir.
Did you provide all your emails from when you first were contacted by the defense?
Yes, sir.
And you provided every one of those emails to who?
To it would have been in the file that I put together for the production.
How many emails did you find between you and the defense?
I'd have to look at the
So
order,
this
but it was
is on
probably
1.25. We can watch it on normal speed if y'all want. But yeah, Brennan is being a little biatch, nonetheless.
6 to. Are you talking about present day or just from last year?
Anytime.
It was probably around a dozen or so.
Who did you correspond with by email on the defense?
Again, can you specify a time frame?
At any time. Who did you correspond with by email on the defense?
It would have been Mr. Jackson. Miss Little might have been on one of those emails. There might have been a couple other members. I don't remember off the top of my head.
Well, how about Ms. Reed?
I don't believe she was on any of those emails.
You've never emailed or been on a correspondence with her by email?
No, sir.
And how about Mr. Yannetti?
He may have been on one of the emails. I don't know as I sit here today.
You communicated by phone with the defense, didn't you?
Yes.
And that began as far back as March 2024?
After our report was issued, yes, in March.
Back in March of 2024, you spoke on the phone to Mr. Jackson
Yes, sir.
a number of times.
Yes, sir.
And as you spoke, you began to become familiar with him and his role in this case, didn't you?
We corresponded about, again, our expected testimony here at trial, yes.
I'll ask it again. Did you become familiar with him and his role in this case when you spoke to him?
I understood him to be the defense attorney on the case, yes.
Did you speak to Ms. Little by phone?
I don't believe so, no.
Did you speak to anybody?
Hold on 1 second, please.
Oh, that's why we were hearing birds. The window was open.
Did you speak, pardon me, did you speak to anybody other than Mr. Jackson about this case before the first trial?
I don't believe so, no.
Did you speak to anybody since then on
Yes.
the defense team? Who?
I believe Miss Little and Mr. Alessi.
Okay, and how about Ms. Reed?
No, sir.
Did you ever
I
have any
can still hear
conversations that
birds,
weren't on a regular telephone?
I can still
You have
hear
a Zoom?
Yes, we have had, I believe it was a Zoom or a Teams meeting. We've had a couple.
When was that?
That would have been more recently to go over some of the testing that we've done.
Did you ever have any Zoom meetings before the first trial?
No, sir.
Did you ever have any group conferences before the first trial?
I don't believe so, no.
Were you ever on the phone before the first trial in a conversation where you and Dr. Rentschler both were on the call?
There may have been an instance of that. I just don't recall.
Oh, think back.
I don't recall.
At some point, you were contacted by Mr. Jackson and you decided or you learned that you may be part of this case as far as a witness?
Yes, sir.
When you learned you were part of this case, did you have contact with Mr. Jackson before you testified at the voir dire?
Did I have communications with him?
Yes.
Yes.
And in those communications, you spoke about your role?
I think we spoke about logistics and coordinating my arrival here for the voir dire and certainly the trial.
But when you spoke on March 20, 2024, didn't you talk about more than coordination of logistics?
I'm sorry, what was the date?
March 20th, 2024?
So I believe that would have been the very first phone call that I had with Mr. Jackson.
Was that more than about logistics?
Well, I think we were trying to figure out what should we do. I will note that this was a very abnormal situation for me, being involved in a federal investigation and then ultimately being called as a witness. Well, I'm trying to answer your question.
But you're not. Did you talk about more than logistics?
So are you finished with your answer, Dr. Wolfe, or are you still answering?
I was
Shit.
trying to answer.
Go ahead.
Hold on.
finish.
Thank you.
Okay.
So as I
hang on,
mentioned,
hang on. I
again,
gotta make sure I get all these angry stackings for my counter. I think I missed a couple. Hold on.
and certainly the trial.
But when you spoke on March 20, 2024, didn't you talk about more than coordination of logistics?
I'm sorry, what was the date?
March 20th, 2024?
So I believe that would have been the very first phone call that I had with Mr. Jackson.
Was that more than about logistics?
Well, I think we were trying to figure out what should we do. I will note that this was a very abnormal situation for me, being involved in a federal investigation and then ultimately being called as a witness. Well, I'm trying to answer your question.
But you're not. Did you talk about more than logistics?
So are you finished with your answer, Dr. Wolfe, or are you still answering?
I was still trying to answer.
Go ahead, finish.
Thank you. So as I mentioned, again, the situation was abnormal. I didn't know if we could get involved. I didn't think Mr. Jackson knew we could get involved. In terms of a path forward, would we be able to do more work? Could we review additional material? How could we work together moving forward? There was a lot of unknowns, so there was a lot of uncertainty.
You done?
Yes, sir.
Did you talk about more than just logistics?
No, sir.
Did you talk about fees or structures?
I described to him our typical procedure when we intake a criminal defense case, right? There's typically a contract and retainer associated with that. So I described our normal procedure that takes place, yes.
So you talked about fees and scheduling and costs, what you charge.
I did talk about, yes, the contract and the retention letter.
When you talked about that contract, there was a discussion, wasn't there, about them hiring you, paying you, or retaining you?
Potentially, again, I prescribed our standard procedure.
Why wasn't you talking about fees and schedules if you didn't think that you were potentially going to get hired?
Again, I prescribed our normal operating procedure. I had no idea how it was going to work moving forward, which is why ultimately, immediately after that phone call, I contacted the Department of Justice to get clarification on that.
We'll get to that, but I'm asking you specifically, why were you talking about fees and scheduling and being paid at that point?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
Again, because Mr. Jackson was interested, I believe, in calling us to testify at trial. So I explained to us the normal process. When a client reaches out and wants to engage us for trial testimony, that's typically, again, the procedure that we prescribe at ARCCA. So that's why I had that explanation to him.
So you were talking to him about details about potentially being hired. Isn't that fair to say?
I don't know about being hired. I think, again, him utilizing us in the trial as expert witnesses.
Well, what's the difference between him utilizing you and paying you for that utilization and him actually hiring you? What's the difference in your mind?
Well, I think there is a difference because ultimately, after I got clarification from the Department of Justice, they indicated that they could not, the defense that is, sign any type of contract. There could not be any type of agreement or retainer.
I'm not asking what you determined later. I'm talking about the conversation you had on March 20th, 2022, when you were speaking to Attorney Jackson. That's what I'm talking about, okay?
Well,
Understand?
I don't know that I understand your question, though.
Okay. When you had a conversation on March 20th, 2022 with Attorney Jackson, you discussed potentially being hired, paid, compensated by Attorney Jackson or the defense for this case, didn't you?
We did, like I said, I did explain to him our typical operating procedure when a client reaches out for trial testimony. I went over that with him, yes.
I'm not talking about a client. I'm talking about this client. Did you talk about them potentially hiring or retaining you for work in this case? That's the question I'm asking you on March 20th, 2022, not the 22nd, not the 24th. Wow. March 20th, 2024. Did you speak to Attorney Jackson about them potentially retaining or hiring you for this case?
There was another.
I spoke to him like I speak to any other client that would be interested in calling us as a witness.
Okay. And so after you spoke to them, you spoke to representatives of the United States.
Condescending. Okay. God, this just gets worse and worse, you guys. It's just the tip of the iceberg. It's insane.
Attorney's office.
And by worse, I mean worse as in Brennan and his attitude. Welcome back, Angel D. What do you mean what happened to Dr. Hottie? Dr. Hottie, you mean Dr. Wolfe? He's on
put an email back saying that you were going to put the conversation on hold. Is that fair to say?
Correct, until I got clarification from them.
At some point, it was on hold, right? At some point, it resumed.
Yes.
When was that?
That would have been towards, I believe, the end of April.
The end of April. How was this relationship resumed? What was the contact, the conversation between you and anybody on the defense that resumed that relationship?
I think that I reached out to Mr. Jackson. Like I said, I think it looks like about a month had passed, and I had let him know that I had spoken to the DOJ and got clarification on moving forward.
So in April of 2024, you reached out to the defense and said that you had permission or a green light to move forward in the relationship with the defense in this case.
I had clarification from the Department of Justice, yes.
And that clarification allowed you then to work with the defense on this case.
Not work with. We could be called on the defense's behalf to testify. And for that matter, the Commonwealth could have also contacted us and utilized us at trial as well, if they should please.
So when did you become an advocate for the defense?
Ah!
Do you feel like you're an advocate for the defense?
Lord, there's a really loud stacking there as well. Hold on.
So contacted us and utilized us at trial as well, if they should please.
So when did you become an advocate for the defense?
Wow.
Do you feel like you're an advocate for the defense?
No, sir.
You sure about that?
Sir, I'm on the science and the analysis that I've done. That's the side that I'm on.
You sure are. Because after that 424 call, letting them
I'm done. Wow. I'm inhaling my water. Wow. I mean, I've already heard all this and it's still shocking to hear.
Please.
So when did you become an advocate for the defense?
Interesting.
Oh my God.
Do you feel like you're an advocate for the defense?
No, sir.
Are you sure about that?
Sir, I'm on the science and the analysis that I've done. That's the side that I'm on.
You sure are. Because after that 424 call, letting them know that the United States Attorney's Office gave permission for you to be called as a witness, you called them again that day, didn't you?
Very classic.
Or they called you on the main line?
Yeah.
We may have exchanged a couple calls that day, yes.
Well, you did exchange a couple calls that day because we have at least some records.
Lord of mercy.
And when you called later that day, after telling them that you had permission, they could use you as witnesses, what did you talk about?
I love how he answers the question like, yeah, we did talk that day. And then Brennan, even though he's just being honest, and like, then Brennan is like, yeah, you did, didn't you? It's like, he just said he did. What is wrong with him?
Call, letting them know that the United States Attorney's Office gave permission for you to be called as a witness. You called them again that day, didn't you? Or they called you on the main line?
We may have exchanged a couple calls that day, yes.
Well, you did exchange a couple calls that day because we have at least some records. And when you called later that day, after telling them that you had permission, they could use you as witnesses, what did you talk about?
Do you have the records that I could take a look at just so I could see what you're referring
Do you
to?
remember having calls after you called Attorney Jackson and said you had the green light from the U.S. Attorney's Office? Do you remember having further calls that day?
There's some
I think we had a couple brief conversations, yes.
Okay. When you think about it, do you remember them, or are you just saying you think but you don't know?
I don't remember. I remember that there was one conversation, I believe in early May, that I had with Mr. Jackson, in which we engaged in a conversation where I gave him more information about my background, who ARCCA was as a whole. I think we even got to talk a little bit about my family, my 4 kids and things of that nature, but it was a call about background and
You're ready for the kids coming back up, guys. Oh, it's
qualifications.
We're still back in April. You're moving ahead to May when you first started billing. I want to talk about back in April. Do you remember having conversations on April 24th with Mr. Jackson?
He just
Do you remember
talks
that?
right over it.
I'm going to allow that.
He just talks. He literally, Brennan does not stop anytime there's an objection with this. He just keeps going.
I remember that there were conversations, yes, specifically what they were too. I remember, I think they were brief, but I don't remember the specifics of them, no.
Well, in the brief conversation, what do you briefly remember about that brief conversation, Doctor?
Well, as I mentioned, I think I had finally received clarification from the DOJ, so I think I was letting him know that I had received that clarification.
Well, sir, you said that was the first call. There were more than one call. There was then 2 calls to the main line.
Right.
What did you discuss with him during those calls?
Well, to be honest with you, the call to the ARCCA main line, I don't even know if I spoke with him. That's just to the main line, not to me directly. So he could have spoken to a receptionist who then tried to get a hold of me, right? So I don't know if that specific call to the main line was to me or someone else at ARCCA.
Well, this is a new relationship, right? You're working on a contract with the federal government. You have only spoken to Mr. Jackson, according to you, twice. You don't remember the early conversations with him and what they were about?
You guys.
I'm sorry, are we talking about now at the end of April
Yeah,
still?
we're still talking at April. April 24, 2024.
Yeah, as I just discussed with you, from what I recall, it was relaying to him the clarification that I got from the Department of Justice.
Right, but that doesn't take more than one call, does it?
I don't know. He may have been in court. There might have been some phone tag. I don't know, sir.
Well, there was a 9-minute call on April 24th, and then there's 2 calls to the ARCCA main line, 3 minutes and 2 minutes. Do you remember any of those calls?
Again, when you say 3 minutes and 2 minutes, that makes it sound like, in all likelihood, he contacted the ARCCA main line, got a hold of a receptionist or my project manager, and couldn't get a hold of me.
Are you just making that up, or that's what happened?
Sir, that is my best guess. I don't recall from a year ago.
We're not asking you to guess.
Oh, this is where it gets really maddening. Well, it all is maddening, but because of the whole thing about like, you know, the 22 seconds, right, of it all. And like, to suggest that in 2 minutes, like they call the ARCCA main line, right? The defense does. And we all know what that's like. There's a menu, you go through, you press a billion buttons. And to try to suggest that they called the ARCCA main line and got through to anybody long enough to actually have a conversation, by that point, what would they have? Like 10 seconds left? This is so infuriating. Dr. Wolfe does such a great job of staying patient with Brennan here. I know.
That I got from the Department of Justice.
Right, but that doesn't take more than one call, does it?
I don't know. He may have been in court. There might have been some phone tag. I don't know, sir.
This is crazy. When he says he doesn't, like when he answers the question honestly, he's like, I don't know. How would I know? Then he's like, oh, you don't know? Da, 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 right? I mean, it's just like literally no matter what he answers, Brennan is like, dude, it's crazy. Great question, Kat.
Early conversations with them and what they were about?
I'm sorry, are we talking about now at the end of April
Yeah,
still?
we're still talking at April 24, 2024.
Yeah, as I just discussed with you, from what I recall, it was relaying to him the clarification that I got from the
I'm
Department of
pausing it just to say I love the color of his tie. Nice slate blue going on.
Justice.
Right, but that doesn't take more than one call.
Truth seeker, let it loose, my friend. Now is the time. Now is the time. You guys, we do not ever name call each other here, but we can name call people who are on the wrong side of justice, and that is fine. Just saying. Yep.
Does it?
I don't know. He may have been in court. There might have been some phone tag. I don't know, sir.
Well, there was a 9-minute call on April 24th, and then there's 2 calls to the ARCCA main line, 3 minutes and 2 minutes. Do you remember any of those calls?
Again, when you say 3 minutes and 2 minutes, that makes it sound like, in all likelihood, he contacted the ARCCA main line, got a hold of a receptionist or my project manager, and couldn't get a hold of me.
Are you just making that up, or that's what happened?
Oh,
Sir, that is my best guess. I don't recall from a year ago.
We're not asking you to guess. I'm asking for your testimony.
That's what I recall, sir.
Do you recall him calling a secretary on the main line? That's what you recall?
He very well could have. I just don't know, sir.
But you're making a representation that you recall him using a secretary in the main line. I'm asking what you actually did and actually said. Do you remember speaking
no.
to Mr. Jackson? Excuse
No.
me, Mr. Jackson or anybody on the defense team
No.
after that initial call back on April 24, 2024? Do you remember those 2 phone calls?
There's more English stacking.
So let's get an answer.
I don't remember those phone calls specifically, no, sir.
Next
Do you
question.
remember the phone call on April 30th, 2024? Do you remember that one?
I don't remember that call, sir.
Okay. Do you remember the call on May 1st, 2024?
I don't have the records in front of me, but was that a longer call by any chance?
It was 40 minutes long.
Okay.
Yep.
So then, yes, as I just described earlier, that would have been the call in which I went over with Mr. Jackson a little bit more about ARCCA, my background, my education, qualification, the kind of casework that I do, things of that nature.
And did you discuss issues regarding this case?
No, sir.
So during the 40 minutes you spoke, you never discussed any of your findings that had already been made.
No, sir.
You had never discussed any of your testing in this case during that 40-minute conversation.
No, sir. And it was all laid out in the report that was issued in
I
February.
understand the report. I'm asking you,
Yeah,
did you have
one
any
could make
conversations
you a
about it?
drinking, that would be very dangerous. Drinking every time he stacks his papers, right? His loose papers that he puts in a binder.
With the defense?
No, sir.
So in that 40-minute conversation, you talked about your family, your pastimes, ARCCA, but
There's
you never
another
ever
one.
talked about
Drink.
this case.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
Oh my God.
Correct.
You billed for that time, didn't you?
I believe that I kept track of that time, yes.
Ready,
Okay.
get ready.
When you kept track of the time, did you
Oh,
submit
God.
that time and ultimately get money for that time?
Oh God.
Again,
I'm pausing this so you guys can prepare yourselves for this. You got to prepare yourselves for this part, guys.
no, sir.
So in that 40-minute conversation, you talked about your family, your pastimes, ARCCA, but never ever talked about this case.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
Correct.
You billed for that time, didn't you?
I believe that I kept track of that time, yes.
Okay. When you kept track of the time, did you submit that time and ultimately get money for that time?
Again, I routinely keep track of my time when I'm working on a project. So yes, that time was kept track.
That's not what I'm asking you. Ultimately, that time that you kept track of, did you then submit it and get paid?
Did y'all hear that sound? Did y'all hear that sound? Did y'all hear that sound? Now that you know what to listen for.
Project. So yes, that time was kept track.
That's not what I'm asking you. Ultimately, that time that you kept track of, did you then submit it and get paid and compensated for that time? That's what I'm asking you.
Well, first off, I'm a salaried employee, so I don't get direct compensation when an invoice goes out. That'll invoice when it's
We can't see Alessi, but Alessi's got his hand on that gooseneck and he's got that microphone ready to go. In case he needs to make an objection. Angel's a new member. Excellent. Well, the billing is a big thing that's been at issue here with this whole ARCCA thing, right, Kat? But right now, what Breenan is harping on about is this phone call where he said they might have talked about their families, and what he's getting at is, did you bill them? Did you bill them for talking about your families?
Ultimately, that time that you kept track of, did you then submit it and get paid and compensated for that time? That's what I'm asking you.
Well, first off, I'm a salaried employee, so I don't get direct compensation when an invoice goes out. That invoice, when it's sent, ultimately comes back to ARCCA. That doesn't come back to Dan Wolfe.
Okay. So in order to get paid for that, you would have had to submit that time through ARCCA
you,
to then
Angel.
forward it, wouldn't you?
Objection, Your Honor.
Going to allow it. Is that true?
And there's the objection from the gooseneck. Remember, there it is. This is what he was waiting for. There's that objection. By the way, I need to make sure I'm counting the stacking. And thank you so much, Angel, for gifting a membership.
For that time. That's what I'm asking you.
Well, first off, I'm a salaried employee, so I don't get direct compensation when an invoice goes out. That invoice, when it's sent, ultimately comes back to ARCCA. That doesn't come back to Dan Wolfe.
Okay. So in order to get paid for that, you would have had to submit that time through ARCCA to then forward it, wouldn't you?
Objection, Your Honor.
There it is.
Going to allow it.
And there's
Is that true?
tracking.
Yes, I keep track of my time so that my boss knows what I'm doing. Yes.
Okay.
Your Honor, can we approach, please?
Who asked me that?
Me, Your Honor.
Yes, come on
Who
over.
do you think asked you that, Bev? Oh, it's a quick approach, our call. Real quick. Oh, I like Karen's black dress. I love a mock turtleneck, personally. Just saying. Love a mock turtleneck.
Four.
Oh, wait. Okay.
Doctor, again, to focus you, we're on May 1st, 2024. May 1st,
Meg.
2024, you had a conversation with Attorney Jackson.
Correct.
And at some point, did you submit the time you spent and forwarded it so that that could be billed?
Yes, and I will note that all of that time was actually tracked under the same project number that the work that was done for the Department of Justice was under.
So at the time you had that conversation, you were keeping track of hours, correct?
Something I routinely do, yes.
And do you know who ultimately paid that bill for that day, May 1st, 2024?
I know now that it was the defense, yes.
Now, when you billed, did you bill for the entire conversation?
I don't know.
You said most of the conversation was background, talking about ARCCA, talking about your families.
Yes.
Right. Do you typically bill clients when you're spending time talking about families?
Again, that wasn't the entirety of the conversation. I think he just briefly asked me about my
Oh,
family.
now it's brief. Okay.
Objection, Your Honor.
No comments, please.
Do you
Wow.
typically charge when you're talking about non-related work matters in your billing?
Sir, I think the majority of that phone call was related to, again, work-related topics.
Work-related, it took that much time to talk about ARCCA?
And my background, certainly.
Yeah, okay. And how much was the majority?
Like, this is just sad. He really wants. It's sad and pathetic, but it gets worse, though.
Sir, I don't know that I can parse it out in individual segments or minutes for you.
And so after that May 1st conversation, did you communicate with the defense before June 9, 2024?
I don't believe so. I think from what I recall, next up was, I think, the voir dire. I think Alan contacted me letting me know that the court wanted to do a voir dire of myself and Dr. Rentschler.
And you mean Alan, you mean Attorney Jackson?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you became friendly.
I guess first name basis, is that what you're referring
No,
to?
I'm saying, did you become friendly?
No, I wouldn't say that we were friends.
I didn't ask if you're friends. I said, did you become friendly?
I talked to him like I talked to all of the attorneys that I work with, sir.
What would you call me if you were going to address me?
Probably Mr. Brennan.
Wow. That was a ballsy question of him to ask, because I would have other choice words for him when asked this directly. Let's hear that.
First
again.
name basis, is that what you're referring
No,
to?
I'm saying, did you become friendly?
No, I wouldn't say that we were friends.
I didn't ask if you're friends. I said, did you become friendly?
I talked to him like I talked to all of the attorneys that I work with, sir.
What would you call me?
What would you call me? Guys, let's have, who wants to answer that question? If you were sitting there and you could really say what's on your mind, not having to be polite, if you could really say what's on your mind and just answer that question honestly. He asked, you're under oath. Technically, he could say whatever, right? Technically, you're under oath and he asked. You know what they say? Don't ask questions you don't know the answers to. Whatever answer he gets, and this is outside the presence of the jury, whatever answer he gets, it's fair game, to be honest. What would you guys say? Mr. S, that's a good one. Yeah, totally appropriate. Breenan sucks, love it, definitely. Slimeball, also, love it. Why would you lurk and not talk, Meg? I don't know what's going on with the hiding, but this has been going on for a lot of you guys for a while, and I don't know. I don't have the information. I wish I could help, but it's nothing that anybody's doing here, so I don't know. I think that while you're able to, you may as well hang out and chat, though. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, I don't blame her. Yeah. Fender's back. That's way too polite, Fender. Come on, you can do better than that. Come on. I'd call him darling. Ooh, I like that one. That's a good one. That's a good one. Bro. This is fun. You know, if one wanted to be extra witty, they could call him Nostradamus. Yeah, Mag, I think it's just a glitch. I don't think there's, just feel free. I've never seen anything, that seems like, I think it only matters if people report it anyway, right? Like, each channel can have things where certain words are filtered. As you guys know, I don't have any filters. YouTube might choose to have certain comments, but that are blocked, but that's different. I don't know. No one's doing anything. I think either YouTube's glitching or it's not glitching. So you may as well go ahead and chat. So yeah, Nostradamus though. By the way, I have a thing for that. Hold on. Because he says this.
I'm not Nostradamus. I'm not Nostradamus.
So when he asks the question.
Friendly.
No, I wouldn't say that we were friends.
I didn't ask you friends. I said, did you become friendly?
I talked to him like I talked to all of the attorneys that I work with, sir.
What would you call me? Nostradamus. I'm not Nostradamus.
There we go. Sorry, I couldn't tell if it was playing or not. You could be funny and just call him Nostradamus. Just saying. That's just one thing. Oh, that's when they hid Tonka for saying today too many times. Weird. That's very weird. Yeah, I don't know. It's very odd to me. Clearly, they need to do better with the AI. Clearly, right? Their algorithm is not working. Clearly, there's been times where I've been tried to type something in the chat that was completely innocuous, right? Sometimes, you all know I'm saying things that probably are blockable and it's not blocking them. But there's been times where I'm typing something like completely benign, like, I don't know what happened or where is, well, I don't know, whatever, just completely benign. And it's like YouTube blocked it as spam. It's like, okay. And that's exactly right. That's why it's so funny, right, Fender? Yeah, the jury's going to hate him is exactly right. Yeah, his answer is perfect. Couldn't agree more. He is, he's definitely exceptional. This Dr. Wolfe.
No, I wouldn't say that we were friends.
I didn't ask you friends. I said, did you become friendly?
I talked to him like I talked to all of the attorneys that I work with, sir.
What would you call me if you were going to address me?
Probably Mr. Brennan.
So, do you remember the next time you spoke to Alan?
As I mentioned, it probably would have been sometime in early or mid-June.
Going into June, you were keeping track of all your communications with Attorney Jackson or anybody from the defense, weren't you?
I don't know if you mean, what do you mean by keeping track?
Well, do you have a folder where you make notes when you have communications with an attorney and discuss issues?
No, sir.
You don't make notes?
Not for brief phone calls, no.
For your billing, do you save phone records or text messages so you have some collateral evidence about the billing?
No, not when it's things about, again, logistics and traveling and scheduling, no, sir.
And by the way, when you put together your phone records and text messages that you sent to the court in response to the court order, did you have actual records?
What do you mean in terms of actual records?
Well, I see like a summary chart that was developed. Who developed that summary chart?
So that was, again, as I mentioned earlier, I was unfortunately unable to pull anything from T-Mobile. I just could not get access. Then what I did is I logged into my personal Verizon phone records, and I was able to go back for 3 months. I couldn't get back to December, and then I downloaded the spreadsheets, and I extracted those rows and provided that.
Did you provide the actual records or just the spreadsheet?
Well, I provided the spreadsheet, which was pulled from the records. I would have had to redact a lot of phone numbers if I was to put in the full extraction, if you will.
So you didn't provide the full extraction.
I provided the full extraction as it relates to all the contact between myself and Mr. Jackson and Miss Little.
Did you ever delete texts?
From last year?
Yes.
Yes.
After you had text messages with the defense, did you delete those texts?
Yeah, after the trial concluded, I mean, that's something I routinely do. I'm not going to keep texts from Mr. Jackson, especially now that we're past a year. I would have no reason to keep those, sir.
I'm not asking for the excuse. I'm asking if you did it. Did you delete texts?
Again, it's something that I typically do. I communicate with attorneys all the time, whether it's for trial or inspections. I don't have a habit of keeping a text chain about scheduling or meeting or, hey, can we meet at this time or show up here? I just don't have a habit of keeping that type of text. So he's not my friend, sir.
So you didn't delete texts?
I think I just told you that, yes, I did delete the text.
No, you didn't tell me, but you just did now. Thank you.
Objection, Your Honor.
So next question, no
Okay.
comments, Mr. Brennan.
How many texts did you delete in communications with the defense?
I don't know the number, sir.
You don't know the numbers?
I don't have the text. So you're asking me over a year ago almost about text messages. I don't recall how many there were.
All right. Was it 10, 100, 1,000? How many were there?
Of ones that I sent?
No, not just what you sent. Either way, back and forth.
Probably, I don't know, maybe around 100 or so.
And when did you delete those over 100 texts between you and the defense?
As I mentioned, I think the last text that I remember was Mr. Jackson texting me, just thanking me for my time coming up here after the trial. Again, that was at the end of June. And then I didn't hear from him. And at some point, I don't know specifically when, it would have been last year, but I deleted those texts. There was no reason for me to keep those, sir.
Do you remember about when you made the affirmative intentional effort to delete around 100 text messages between you and the defense?
It would have been sometime after the trial, probably before I got my new phone in November, but it would have been probably in the month or two after the trial, sir.
Where were you when you were deleting these texts? Were you at your office, at home? Do you remember sitting down and deciding intentionally you were going to delete over 100 texts? Where did that decision happen?
I have no idea, sir.
You can't remember deleting over 100 texts? Where you were?
I just said I delete texts routinely. You're asking me to specifically give you a location at a time when I deleted those. I don't recall that.
You said it was after the trial.
Yes.
And out of the 100 texts or so, who were you texting on the defense team?
I believe it would have just been Mr. Jackson on that.
Did you ever communicate by any other means, like signal or an application?
During the time of the trial?
Anytime.
Yes, sir.
With the defense?
Yes.
Is it typical for a biomechanical engineer to use an application like Signal to talk to an attorney on a case?
Sure.
You know the benefit of Signal, don't you?
Oh,
I mean, it's a messaging platform, yes.
No, encrypted app, isn't it?
yes.
Encrypted?
I don't know, sir.
Who all was here for Zachary Hughes' trial? South Carolina v. Zach Hughes. I know Twiz was. Anybody else?
Keeps no record
You're ready.
of the communication when you use an application like Signal, does it?
I don't know, sir.
Well, you used it. Did you have it on your phone that you were using it with other people?
No, I don't believe so.
So the only time that you use Signal in your career is when you were dealing with this defense team?
Yes, it was earlier this year. Mr. Jackson had communicated with me, indicating that it was his preferred method of communication. So yes, we did exchange some messages on Signal. But this was at no point in time during the first trial.
Using the Signal app, was that your suggestion?
No, again, I think it was Mr. Jackson that said it was his preferred method.
Is that standard in your industry to use Signal when you're talking to clients?
I don't know that there's a standard out there, sir.
I'm asking about your standard. Is it your standard to use an encrypted app when you're talking to?
There's another stack. Wait, did I accidentally bump it up by 10 or was it 12 or 20? I think it was 22. Wow, that's a lot of stacking.
Attorneys.
If the client has that preference, I don't have a problem with it, sir.
How many times have you done it other than this defense team?
Again, as I just mentioned, it was the first time.
How many conversations did you think you had with the defense team by Signal?
Again, it would have been just Mr. Jackson. And like I said, it was really, I think, just in the month of March of this year, but it was brief. I know that I think we exchanged a couple phone calls, and I remember the call quality was terrible. So we really didn't use it that much.
Okay, you're saying a lot of things. You're saying you think. I want to know your best memory. I don't want you to think. If you don't know, you don't know. How many times did you use Signal with the defense to talk about this case?
Objection, Your Honor.
Going to allow it.
From what I recall, was probably a handful of times.
When you say if what you recall, are you purposely being vague in case there's records, or do you not remember?
I don't remember, sir. As you mentioned, it doesn't keep a log of it, so I just don't recall.
You cannot. You
Y'all,
don't have to rely on a log.
angry stacking.
You can rely on your actual memory.
Right. I'm telling you that I didn't keep track of it, so I don't know the specific number.
How many times do you think you've talked
Oh my
by Signal?
God.
As I just mentioned, I think it was a handful of times.
I don't know what a handful means.
Probably
What
around
means?
Answered 1,000 bazillion times.
probably 4 to 5.
Well, was it 4 or was it 5?
Dude, this is crazy. He sounds like he needs to be committed. Brennan, obviously. Wow.
Doesn't keep a log of it, so I just don't recall.
Like,
You
he's
cannot-
lost his
You don't have to
mind.
rely on a log. You can rely on your actual memory.
Right. I'm telling you that I didn't keep track of it, so I don't know the specific number.
How many times do you think you talked by signal?
As I just mentioned, I think it was a handful of times.
I don't know what a handful means. I don't
Probably
know what that
around
means.
probably 4 to 5.
Oh, it's
Well, was
hard
it
to
4 or
imagine.
was it 5?
It was probably 4 to 5. It's the best
How-
estimate I can give you.
How long were the conversations on signal? The 4 to 5 times?
I think they were pretty brief. I'd say probably around 5 minutes or so.
You think each one was 5 minutes?
Probably 5 minutes,
Were you
yes.
putting it on a timer? Each one had to be a maximum of 5 minutes?
No, I'm just giving you my best estimate, sir.
Guys. Meg, if you're listening, cover your ears, my love. You ask the question, he answers the question, and then you insult him with that type of bullshit. Unbelievable.
Probably 4 to 5.
Well, was it 4 or was it 5?
It was probably 4 to 5. It's the best
How-
estimate I can give you.
How long were the conversations on signal? The 4 to 5 times?
I think they were pretty brief. I'd say probably around 5 minutes or so.
You think each one was 5 minutes?
Probably 5 minutes,
Were you
yes.
putting it on a timer? Each one had to be a maximum of 5 minutes?
No, I'm just giving you my best estimate, sir.
How certain are you that the
Oh.
signal calls were 4 to 5 minutes?
The condescending. Mhm.
Again, I just told you I'm providing my best estimate.
How confident are you the times were between 4 and 5
If
minutes?
you don't think his answer is trustworthy, then don't ask the same question over and over and over again and get the same answer you don't like.
That's the best answer I can give you, sir. I'm giving you my best estimate.
I'm asking you how confident you are.
Objection, Your Honor.
Can you answer that? How
I'm
confident are
not
you?
Nostradamus, but I feel like he's going to keep asking the same question over and over again.
No.
Not liking the answer.
I can't answer that anymore.
Okay.
When
Next
you were
question.
required by court order to provide all of the records to Your Honor, you knew that one of the important things you need to respond to were
Right.
communications between you and the defense.
Remember,
right?
guys, for those of you guys who missed it earlier, we talked about this at the beginning of this today. This is what he's aiming for here is depot scarring, right? He wants depot scarring. It's not working, but that's what he's aiming for. He wants to have depot scarring happen to where he terrifies this witness, right? Because with some witnesses it'll work, but where you depot scar them and then they're all terrified and then they come in for the trial and then you can be nice to them in front of the jury, right? You can be nice to them in front of the jury so the jury doesn't hate you, but they're all terrified because they have PTSD, basically, is what it is. That's the long and short of it. And that they just are a puddle on the stand because they're terrified. That's basically it. That's what he's doing. He's also desperate because he doesn't want he doesn't want them to testify. But if they do testify, he wants to depot scar them.
Her Honor to consider, right?
Yes,
And signal is a communication, isn't it?
certainly.
You looked at all your records and knew it listed the text messages and the phone calls. You knew that, right?
Yes,
You knew that was going to be a representation that you were making to the court about your communications with the defense. You understood that, didn't you?
yes, sir.
And you wouldn't want to mislead the court, would you?
No, which is why I told you.
I asked. You didn't put anywhere in your
Right,
response
Matt?
to the court order that there were communications beyond text messages and phone calls. You never, ever alerted the court or anybody to that, did you?
Again, because I have no record of it. I
That's-
have no way of being able to tell when those took place or how many there were.
The question I asked you is when you responded to the court order to provide all communications, and you responded by offering text messages and you responded by listing phone calls.
There's more
You
stack.
knew that your signal calls were communications, didn't you?
I provide everything that I had in my possession, sir.
That's not what I'm asking you. You knew the signal calls were communications, didn't you?
Yes,
Okay. And you never informed in your response that there were phone calls through signal as part of your communications, did you?
again, because I didn't have any record like I do with the Verizon entries as well as the emails. I could not, there's nothing I had in my possession, sir.
You've read this court order, haven't you?
Yes,
Did you understand when the court was looking for all communications, it meant all communications?
and I've provided everything that I have in my possession, sir.
Yeah.
During those 4 to 5 signal communications, did any of these occur before the end of the last trial?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Did any of these signal communications happen before the end of the last trial?
No, like I said, they were all this year.
You sure about that?
Yes.
Now, at some point, did the defense send you a retainer agreement?
For this year?
Nope. Prior to the end of the last trial, did you ever get a retainer agreement?
No, there was no contract and retainer for the
Not
first
that
year.
there wasn't a contract. Did you ever receive a retainer agreement?
No, I don't believe so.
So that's a good question, Twiz, a signal call and a call. So he says at some point that the call quality was not very good. I don't think he said that yet, but I know he said that because we heard it earlier. But you know, Signal is like a WhatsApp or a Telegram where it's end-to-end encrypted, right? And so what's interesting is they mention messages as well. And like Brennan says that the messages disappear. And actually Fender and I were talking about it. So Fender uses WhatsApp for some of her clients. And she was saying there's a way you can do it where it deletes stuff or whatever for like confidentiality, but which I didn't know about. But having said that, what I was saying is like, when I was referencing Zachary Hughes is because we know in that trial was a big deal because that is the first time I've ever seen it where they retrieve the WhatsApp messages, all of it, because they were relying on that. And what that proved was this, that they are not gone. They're just encrypted. But most law enforcement agencies don't bother. They're just like, oh, they're gone. That's what we always hear, right? Like, well, okay, hold on. Let me back up. We know they're encrypted. And in my mind, encrypted means they're not gone. They're just encrypted. But plenty of times we've heard it said, as in with Brennan today, that they're gone, right? Like as if it's the same thing. What we learned from the Zachary Hughes trial, because it's the first time we've seen it done, was we saw what it looks like when the WhatsApp messages come in. And boy, was that interesting because it's Pig Latin. All it is the words are scrambled. And it's like a game to try to figure out what it says. There's not extra letters. There's not extra words. And each word is the actual letters that are in the word. It's just that the word order is scrambled. Like the letters aren't even scrambled. The letters are in the correct order. It's just that the words are scrambled. So it's with some messages, it might be harder than others, but you can crack it. It's a puzzle. It's a puzzle. And they sat there and they unscrambled all those messages. And we got to see it. It's the only time I've ever seen it done in a trial, which was really interesting. Like a cipher. Yeah, it was really cool. Exactly. Right. But Brennan is suggesting it's gone. Like what he says initially is he's like, it's end-to-end encrypted. That means it's gone. It's like, no. Like, that's why I freaked out about this earlier. I was like, wait, what? Does he not know how this works? It sounds like Brennan does not know how this works. And I mean, I don't know. And the thing is this, right? So there's like what the different companies, right, will turn over law enforcement, right? And that whole thing. In the Zachary Hughes trial, WhatsApp would not turn it over. But they were able to still retrieve it via the cell phone itself from like the Celebrate extraction, right? And so what they saw was what it looks like when it's end-to-end encrypted. And what they got was a puzzle that they got to solve, you know? And we got to see it. And it was really cool to see it. Because all the messages displayed scrambled the way that they were. It was really neato. So, yeah.
When you came out to the last voir dire and the last trial, did you have an agreement with any entity that was going to pay for your costs?
No, sir.
So you had no agreement that you were going to be refunded or compensated for your costs?
No.
Did you have any agreement that you were going to be compensated for your time?
No.
We love you, Meg.
So when you were asked to come out and testify in this case, tell me, did you think that the defense was going to compensate you for the cost of you coming out here?
I had no idea who was ultimately going to pay the invoice, if an invoice was even sent.
Did you think that you were coming out here to testify for free?
Again, I don't know who was going to pay the bill. I'm not.
$1 million question.
That's not what I'm asking you. I want to know, after having these conversations with the defense, and they asked you to come out here, did you expect to be compensated for your time?
Again, I'm a salaried employee, so it doesn't matter to me. I'm sure my boss would like us to get paid, but no, I did not know ultimately who would pay an invoice if an invoice was sent after the trial.
Well, you were keeping track of your billing, weren't you?
I was keeping track of my time, yes.
And you kept track of your costs, didn't you?
The company does that, yes.
Did you?
Again, I enter my time so that the company can keep track of my time. Yes.
When you came out here and made travel arrangements, did you have any
I
conversations
just have
with
to say, I love bitching, and that's my favorite thing. If it's overwritten, that's on the cell phone's end, Twiz. If it's overwritten, that's on the cell phone's end. If you're talking about like your WhatsApps and your Telegrams and your signals. If the phone, but they would still have it. The cell phone, but this, having said that, the cell phone wouldn't overwrite that. The cell phone's going to start by overwriting things that are the least important. And also the furthest away in terms of when you've used them in time.
anybody from the defense?
About the travel arrangements?
Yes.
There was more angry stacking. I forget. He's not billing them. They're paying him, and it's a fuck ton. That's what I know.
Yes.
And as far as the travel arrangements, who on the defense was trying to help you with travel arrangements?
I believe it was Mr. Jackson.
Was there other people, associates, colleagues that were helping you as well?
None that I had direct communication with. I don't know if he communicated with others after that.
Was there a person named Kat? You ever hear that name before?
Oh boy.
I believe that, yeah, she may have escorted me into the courtroom.
No, he's not getting paid by the hour. It just came out recently how much he's been, I forget, 280,000 or something. It's somewhere. I'm sure somebody still knows. So yeah, and now this whole thing about Kat. Boy, Brennan really wants, this is really funny. It's so pointless and so sad. It gets more and more pathetic as it goes along, guys.
Yes.
Yes.
And as far as the travel arrangements, who on the defense was trying to help you with travel arrangements?
I believe it was Mr. Jackson.
Was there other people, associates, colleagues that were helping you as well?
None that I had direct communication with. I don't know if he communicated with others after that.
Was there a person named Kat? You ever hear that name before?
There it is.
I believe that, yeah, she may have escorted me into the courtroom, I think.
Well, you don't believe, because that's a pretty particular name. So when you use words like you believe, you know. So did you meet a person by the name of Kat?
I'll allow it.
I think when I arrived here, yes.
Well, without qualification, the simple question is, you've met Kat, haven't you?
I think I met her. It was either at the Voir Dire day or the trial day, yes.
Mm-hmm. Now, does Kat work for the defense?
I have no idea who she is.
Well, how did you know who she was? How was the introduction? How did that go down?
I just mentioned, I think she escorted me here to the courtroom.
Escorted you from where?
I think I drove here and I arrived, I believe, in the church parking lot across the street. And I think she walked me over. And then ultimately when I was done, I think she walked me back to the lot.
Did you have conversations with anybody for the defense about how you would get here and why it is in particular you would park at the church parking lot?
Because I had no idea where to go.
But who told you where to go?
Like I mentioned, I communicated with Mr. Jackson, who
You
provided
hear that sound? He's getting ready. Les is getting ready to object if he needs to.
that information to me.
And did you have any significance about the church parking lot? Did that mean anything to you?
No, he had just indicated, I think, that they had reserved it and it was a spot that I could park my vehicle.
Okay. And when you got there, did you meet with anybody from the defense?
I can't recall if they were standing out there and we walked in together. I don't recall.
I'm asking if you've met them, not whether you walked in together. I'll ask it again. When you arrived after these plans were made, did you meet with the defense before you came into court?
On the Voir Dire day, I can't recall if the defense was out there. I think on the day of trial, I think I met Mr. Jackson and maybe a couple other members of the defense team.
Well, when you say you think, this was a pretty remarkable event coming to this trial, wasn't it?
Objection, Your Honor.
There it is.
Pretty remarkable event, this trial, wasn't it?
It's unique, yes.
Yeah, it's unique. And so when you came here, having had all these conversations with Attorney Jackson, you don't remember if you met him before you came in for voir dire or came in for trial? You don't remember if you met him?
Well, like I said, I think for the voir dire, I think he was already, I believe, in the courthouse. So I think the first time I actually shook his hand and met him was the day of the trial, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. And tell me, is that near the church parking lot that you met with them?
I'm sorry, what was your question?
Was it near the church parking lot where you met with them?
Yes.
Okay. You shook his hand?
Wow.
Was it meeting face to face?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Did you have a conversation about the case?
I don't believe so, no.
When you say you don't believe so, do you think you had a conversation about the case?
At that point in time, no. I was getting ready to take the stand, so I don't think we had a conversation about it.
You were speaking to the defense or Attorney Jackson on June 10th, 2024.
You know what's so funny? You know how I was saying he's watched Murdaugh? You know what is so fucking funny? Dude, it just now dawned on me he's trying to copy Creighton, but he's not doing it in the same way at all. You guys remember from Alex on Cross? You guys remember the way Creighton would do the and it was so good? Completely different. Brennan cannot get away with that. Wow.
At that point in time, no. I was getting ready to take the stand, so I don't think we had a conversation about it.
You were speaking to
that's what it is.
the defense or
Interesting.
Attorney Jackson on June
Wow.
10th, 2024. That was before your voir dire testimony, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And do you remember what those conversations were about?
I presume it was about the logistics of when we were needed. And then I know that ultimately I served as kind of the primary point of contact where I think Alan would reach out to me. He would give me some information about the scheduling and kind of when we've been needed. And I would check in with Dr. Rentschler, and then I would get back to Mr. Jackson. So there was kind of that channel of communication to try to figure out when we were to arrive and where we're supposed to go.
You're not saying that all your conversations with Alan were just logistics, were you?
Very nice eyebrows on this fellow as well. I will just say, Dr. Wolfe. Like, look at those eyebrows. Very nice.
I believe for the most part, yes.
So it took hundreds of texts, 100 texts for logistics?
Absolutely. I can certainly go into the day before my trial testimony, which was a very extensive travel day where I don't even think I left the Philadelphia airport.
We're going to get there. We're going to get there, but there's a lot more communications before we get even close to that. Okay. Do you remember on June 10th having conversations with Attorney Jackson?
I do remember that there was conversations,
Okay.
yes.
Now, June 10th is 8 days before your testimony. Did you ever talk about an outline of your testimony or what your testimony would be?
No, sir.
You ultimately have
You
more
had a
conversations
beard
on
to cover
June
up the
16th.
dimple, right?
Do you remember those conversations on June 16th?
Not specifically, no.
You don't remember them specifically? Do you remember whether or not you talked about the case with Attorney Jackson on June 16th?
We did not talk about the case, no.
Did you ever email with Attorney Jackson around that time?
In June 10th?
Before your voir dire?
I don't believe so, no.
So everything from your mind was just logistics at that point?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then you came in for June 17th?
I believe the voir dire was the 18th.
Okay. Do you remember having phone calls on the 18th with Attorney Jackson?
The day of the voir dire?
Yes.
I could have to let him know that I arrived.
This is so dumb.
So you check in with a client, tell them
This is just so dumb.
you're on their way, even though you're not going to meet them?
To let them know that I'm coming to court?
Okay. And so when you testified in the voir dire, then did you have further conversations with Attorney Jackson?
After the voir dire?
Yeah.
Yes.
And did you talk about the case?
No, sir.
You had to testify, or you came and you testified on the 24th?
That sounds right.
You had a number of phone calls before the 24th. You had a series of phone calls on the 17th, 2 on the 18th, 2 on the 19th. Do you know what any of those were about?
I think it was about the logistics of arriving here because I know that I was going to, as opposed to driving, I was going to fly in this time.
Okay, how about the 21st and 23rd? There's a call on the 21st and 2 on the 23rd. Did you talk about the case?
No.
And so when you came into trial to testify, you were just relying on the opinions you had already provided in the past?
That were written in the February 12th report of 2024?
Yeah.
Yes.
And you had not talked about the case with Attorney Jackson or any member of this team?
No, it was all in the report, and that's ultimately what I testified exactly to at the time of trial in the voir dire, sir.
And you did not talk to Attorney Jackson or anybody else about the case?
No, sir.
May I approach?
Yes.
Showing you an email. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
From you to who?
To Mr. Jackson.
Okay. And what's it labeled as?
Wolfe Direct.
And that's before you testified on trial 24.
It's at 6 p.m. the night before I testified, yes.
So it's before you testified.
Yes.
Okay. Let me show you this document. Do you recognize that one?
Yes.
What's that?
That is the attachment to the email.
You recognize reading that?
Yes.
Do you recognize discussing the case before you testified on June 24th, 2024?
I never discussed this with him. This is something that I sent to him, that I did on my own, and that I sent to him. But he never asked this of me, and we never discussed it.
So you sent him what you thought would be the best questions and answers for him to ask you when you testified.
So this is something I routinely do when I work with attorneys, okay? I prepare this on my own to prep myself and prepare.
So great question from Angel. If you just answer, or if you just responded, I do not recall to everything. Then Brennan could ask for permission to treat him as a hostile witness. What does that mean? People sometimes think it means that the person's being hostile, like their attitude, and that's not it. What it means basically is that you have the permission to lead them, basically, as if you're cross-examining them. Now, even though you might be like, well, this is a defense witness, right? But the Commonwealth called the voir dire, so therefore this is direct exam, right? Even though it's not a witness for them, they're questioning them under direct. So in other words, even though this feels like a cross exam, I know it's confusing. Also, he's leading the entire time anyway. So I understand that this might be confusing, but none of this is really going by the rules the way it normally would. Normally you wouldn't be leading, right? And you wouldn't be this argumentative. And basically, if you had a witness that was responding, I don't recall everything, then you would ask the court for permission to treat them as a hostile witness, which basically just means you get to question them as if you were cross-examining them, even when it's direct. I mean, Meg, I know, right? Why can witnesses meet with the prosecution, but Dr. Wolfe can't meet with the defense? I mean, what he's trying to show is that they met more times than they said. It's the candor to the court. That's what he's trying to get at, that they were lying, and that they were hiding something, that they were hired by the defense all along, but he's not getting anywhere. But also that's exactly true as well. That's a good point too there, Kat, as well. So I mean, to that end, one thing I will say, right, is if they show you a document and they're like, does that refresh your recollection? Right? And it doesn't refresh your recollection and you're not refreshed, then they can't get it in. So that's a similar thing, but we see that way more often than somebody answering, I don't remember for everything. Now, I have seen witnesses that do that. If any of you guys watched the YSL trial, right? Lil Woody, I'm pretty sure when they asked him his own name, he was like, I don't recall. It was amazing.
Prepare for trial.
There's an email with a document that like to attach as an exhibit.
Okay. Exhibit 1. Exhibit 1.
So you assisted the defense before your testimony.
Hold on.
We're up to 40, guys. We're up to 41.
Thank you. So you assisted the defense in anticipation of your testimony by sharing with them the questions and answers you thought would be most helpful.
Again, as I mentioned, this is something that I do internally to prepare. I sent that to him the evening before I testified at 6 p.m. I presume that he already had his direct examination done at that point. So I sent that to him, yes.
That's a lot of answers other than the one from my question. The one from my
Oh my God.
question.
Hold the comments, please.
So my question was, you had communications offering information to the defense before you testified in a way that you thought would help the testimony, didn't you?
Well, first off, I have no idea if he even read it or utilized anything from it.
But that's not really answering the question I just asked, is it?
Good point.
Can you repeat the question?
Of course I can. So when you sent a direct examination to Attorney Jackson before your testimony, you communicated with Attorney Jackson, providing information that you thought would best help your testimony in court.
Well, I think ultimately it's to help the jury understand my report and my analysis.
Do you think it's helpful not answering the question and just
Oh my
diverting
God.
every time I ask you something?
You think it's helpful, Breenan, when you go fuck yourself with the freaking flagpole? Because that's where I'm at. I'm over it, dude.
You communicated with Attorney Jackson, providing information that you thought would best help your testimony in court.
Well, I think ultimately it's to help the jury understand my report and my analysis.
Sorry. Let me take that back. The flagpole and the fire hydrant.
Do you think it's helpful not answering the question and just diverting every time I ask you something? Do you think that's helpful?
Oh my God.
Do you want to answer my question or do you want me to move on?
I think I answered your question.
I don't think you did, so I'll ask it one more time.
All right, no comments, please.
Do you think that providing a direct examination to the defense before you testified is in any way assisting preparing for your testimony?
Again, I don't know if he even utilized it, sir. And certainly if the Commonwealth had reached out, they could have gotten a copy of that as well. It would have been the same exact outline whether I testified on behalf of the defense or behalf of the Commonwealth.
You don't want to answer my question?
Sorry. More.
Did you ever make any comments or discuss the outline that you provided to the defense to help better the testimony for the defense?
I did put comments, yes.
When I just showed you that document and you said you just sent it because this is a standard thing, why didn't you just tell us that you made comments that would assist the defense? Why didn't you share that when I just asked the question?
I don't understand your
You
question.
don't understand my question. I asked you about the outline, the direct examination you provided to the defense, and you gave me a response that this is something typical, but it's just an outline. you wouldn't answer whether it would help the defense or not, but the reality is you were assisting the defense, isn't it?
Objection, Your
I'm
Honor.
going to allow that.
You were making suggestions to help the defense, weren't you?
Sir, it wasn't to help the defense. It wasn't to help anyone but the jury understand things. As I just mentioned, that outline, if it was asked, if I had sent one to the Commonwealth, you would have gotten the exact same copy.
You didn't send one to the Commonwealth.
The Commonwealth never reached out to us, sir.
So what you said in this is there was a question about, so not being able to inspect the vehicle is something that is not uncommon in your line of work, and you wrote back, absolutely not, correct?
Correct.
And you made a comment to assist the jury, according to you, only to assist the jury. Not sure if you want to put this somewhere in the direct examination. I have a feeling they are going to argue I didn't personally inspect the vehicles. I had enough information from the material I reviewed, so it wasn't necessary. Need to show jury it doesn't matter in this case. Were those your comments to the defense before your testimony?
Absolutely. And it would have been the same argument probably from the defense if you had called me a witness about not being able to inspect the vehicle. I wanted the jury to have an understand that for the analysis I undertook, it did not matter that I did not physically inspect the vehicle, sir.
So when you're telling us here under oath before this court that you did nothing to assist the
Him
defense,
laughing is so
you do not think
him
that you...
laughing is so grotesque here. It's just next level, even for him.
It did not matter that I did not physically inspect the vehicle, sir.
So when you're telling us here under oath before this court that you did nothing to assist the defense, you do not think that you making these suggestions on how to better the testimony for the defense, you don't think that's helping the defense?
No.
Okay. You said, not sure if you want to put this somewhere in the direct examination. So you're making suggestions to the defense about what you think could be helpful in the direct examination, correct?
Sir, there were never any conversations between me and Mr. Jackson about what questions to ask, what not to ask. Again, I prepared that internally on my behalf and sent that to him. Whether he utilized it or not, I have no idea.
Not my question. Not my question. What I'm asking you is when you wrote to the defense and said, not sure if you want to put this somewhere in the direct examination.
Yes, slow down.
Sorry. When you wrote and offered, unsolicited according to you, to the defense, not sure if you want to put this somewhere in the direct examination, weren't you trying to help, sir?
I don't believe so, no, sir.
And then when you wrote, I have a feeling they are going to argue I didn't personally inspect the vehicles. Who's they?
Well, it would have been the prosecution in this case.
But you're not taking sides. You're totally objective, right?
Sir, that is a question that's routinely raised when I testify about whether or not we inspect the vehicle. So I know it would be a potential issue that would be raised by either side.
So you were alerting the defense that you thought that this may become an issue, weren't you?
It was more or less to make sure the jury had an understanding that because I didn't physically inspect the vehicle, it did not matter for my analysis, sir. I wanted to make sure the jury understood that.
Don't hide behind the jury. I'm talking about your communications with the defense. I'm asking you specifically about your conversations with the defense.
That's two questions. Ask one question.
You wrote, I have a feeling they are going to argue I didn't.
gotta back this up so I can get all the stacking on my counter. This is crazy.
And then when you wrote, I have a feeling they are going to argue I didn't personally inspect the vehicles. Who's they?
Well, it would have been the prosecution in this case.
But you're not taking sides. You're totally objective, right?
Sir, that is a question that's routinely raised when I testify about whether or not we inspect the vehicle. So I know it would be a potential issue that would be raised by either side.
So you were alerting the defense that you thought that this may become an issue, weren't you?
It was more or less to make sure the jury had an understanding that because I didn't physically inspect the vehicle, it did not matter for my analysis, sir. I wanted to make sure the jury understood that.
Don't hide behind the jury. I'm talking about your communications with the defense. I'm asking you specifically about your conversations with the defense.
That's two questions. Ask one question.
You wrote, I have a feeling they are going to argue I didn't personally inspect the vehicles. That's what you wrote, correct?
Wow.
Objection, Your Honor.
Yeah.
The argumentation.
Did you write that?
Horrifying.
Yes,
Right. And when you said they, you're referring to the opposition, the Commonwealth, correct?
correct.
Right. And you offer an explanation or a way to deal with what the Commonwealth may confront you with, don't you? You make a suggestion to help the defense, don't you?
Again, it was to help the jury understand that because I did not physically inspect the vehicle, it did not matter for my analysis. That was the point I was trying to make.
I had enough information from the.
I wanted to point out something real quick here, guys. Do you all know Rollo? If you don't, if it's okay. I mean, Rollo's been in the chat before. He pointed out something very interesting about Brennan that I would never have recognized. And he was pointing out there was a hearing we were watching and it was showing Brennan talking. And we were talking and we were commenting, you know, people in chat and we were commenting on his voice and whatever. And what Rollo said was he said point blank without any hesitation. He was like, that is the face and the mouth and the jaw of a dude who's been punched in the face like more than once. And that what he said was that's a dude who's had his jaw wired shut from having his jaw broken. That's what it was. And that's why his, and if you watch him, you can see he doesn't open his jaw all the way. And he says, that's why his voice sounds the way it does. And it's because he got punched and had his, like, and I was like, holy shit. I think this is a moment where that makes so much sense, doesn't it? Do you guys see what I mean? Listening to this?
An explanation or a way to deal with what the Commonwealth may confront you with, don't you? You make a suggestion to help the defense, don't you?
Again, it was to help the jury understand that because I did not physically inspect the vehicle, it did not matter for my analysis. That was the point I was trying to make.
I had enough information from the material I reviewed, so it wasn't necessary. Need to show the jury it doesn't matter in this case. That's what you wrote.
Right. Need to show the jury. That's what I was trying to make sure that that point was understood to the jury.
In your collaboration with the defense, that's not all you wrote, is it? You gave them discretion about things that you should or shouldn't say in front of that jury who you say you want to hear everything. Didn't you?
There were other comments, yes.
If you want the jury to hear everything, you wouldn't be relying on the defense to tell you what to say and not say, would you?
I don't know if I understand your question.
Okay, you'll understand if I read this. Number 19. Would it be fair to say that because you do a lot of nighttime visibility work, your cases frequently involve pedestrians? You remember that one?
Yes.
And then you wrote back, yes, unfortunately, there is a direct correlation between the time of day and pedestrian fatalities. You remember that?
Yes.
Statistically speaking, most pedestrians.
Yeah, we were talking about you earlier, fondly. We were saying, we were just talking about how who was it? Angel, was it you? Somebody who wasn't here this morning was saying how lovely your accent was. I think it might have been Angel. And I said, oh, wait, I said, Scott was actually here this morning and we were talking about his lovely accent. And then him and Candace reminisced about living in England. So anywho, was that you, Angel? But yes, welcome back. We're happy to see you. Oh, I haven't heard it yet, but I'm sure it was. That's funny. Do you think they should pop? That's interesting, P. Fox. Yeah, it's still just so nasally, though, his voice, right, guys? Like the tone of it.
Fatalities occurred during the evening and night hours. You remember that?
Yes, sir.
So my specialty in the area of lighting and human factors results in a lot of my cases involving pedestrians. Yes?
Yes.
And then do you defer to the defense, not the jury, trying to give the full story to the jury? Do you defer to the defense in exercising discretion on what you will or will not say to the jury back then?
Well, allow me to explain, if you will.
I'm asking you a question.
Well, let me explain.
No, I'm asking you, did you defer?
Answer the question first.
Did you defer to the defense on what information they wanted you to put in front of that last jury or not?
I didn't defer to them. The reason for that comment is a few reasons, sir.
Let me read it and then you can give any explanation you want.
Hold on. Next question, Mr. Brennan, then you answer, Dr. Wolfe.
You said, if you don't want me to say this, that's fine. Are those your words?
Yes. Allow me to explain. Because for one, I want the jury to have an understanding, again, the jury to have an understanding of my background in lighting and human factors and how it relates to me seeing a lot of pedestrian impacts, right? So I want them to have that understanding. At the same time, I don't want them to get caught up in a statistic that just because there's more pedestrian impacts at night, that this alleged incident must have occurred because of that statistic.
Question 31. Have you been qualified as an expert in court before? And you wrote back, yes. Remember that?
Yes.
And then you made another comment. Do you remember that?
Yes.
I realized in my testimony, I said about 20 times when you asked how many times I've been qualified. You were referring to your voir dire testimony, correct?
Correct.
I misinterpreted your questions, which was my fault. But in looking at my D&T lists, it's 11 trials and 7 depositions, 18 testimonies total, correct?
Correct.
I'm not sure if you want me to clear this up or just leave it. Wouldn't you want to clear up a misstatement when you realize you've made a mistake? Wouldn't you want to inform the court? I stated qualifications I didn't have. It was unintentional, but it was a mistake.
Well, that's exactly why I put the comment in there, sir.
You put the comment. You didn't put the comment to the Commonwealth, did you?
Again, you all never contacted us, sir.
Did you comment to the court who you made the representations in front of? Did you let the court know that you made a representation that was inaccurate?
Again, that's why I put the comment in there to.
Did you inform the court about your misrepresentation?
Are you still here?
No, I did not inform the court.
You relied on the defense and gave them the discretion whether they were going to clarify the record or not, correct?
But I provided the clarification, yes.
Mr. Brennan, could you move along, please?
Okay. Hang on. So that is interesting, isn't it? There's a couple little things she does that signal, no pun intended, considering the thing with the app, what I think she's going to do.
But I provided the clarification, yes.
Mr. Brennan, could you move along, please?
As you sit here today, you don't really know how many communications you had with the defense before your last testimony, do you?
For trial one,
Yes, trial one.
I think it's all memorialized in the records and the emails that were produced.
The ones that were produced, but not things that were lost or destroyed or deleted, correct?
Again, there are records, even though the physical texts aren't there, there's certainly records of the calls incoming, outgoing, as well as texts.
Do you remember when you testified in the voir dire, you were asked that before that morning when you walked into court, you had never met Attorney Jackson face to face?
Correct.
But you met him in court that day, right?
I believe I met him that day, yes.
You were asked whether or not you had ever discussed at trial now, after the voir dire, on June 24th, you were asked whether you ever
There's that
discussed the
sound.
substance
There's that sound.
of any of your testimony. Do you remember that?
Correct.
And so when you shared questions and answers and suggestions by email,
Got his microphone ready.
was the statement under oath, you and I have never discussed the substance of your testimony. Is that still truthful?
We never discussed it, sir. Again, I sent it to him on my own behalf. There was
And-
no discussion that took place between Mr. Jackson about that.
You made comments after this was exchanged.
That was sent with the comments, sir.
And then you were asked whether you had ever been paid by the defense. You said no. You were later paid by the defense, weren't you?
ARCCA did send an invoice afterwards, yes.
Did you talk to ARCCA about that? About the billing in this case?
No.
You submitted your bill? Yes?
ARCCA submitted the bill?
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Klein, he was involved in the testing you did, wasn't he?
Yes.
Why is it that Mr. Klein didn't come in and join you? Who made that decision for trial?
Well, I think it was around, again, when we were talking about those June calls, I think that there was some discussion between Mr. Jackson and myself about Mr. Klein's involvement. And ultimately, he's also an accident reconstructionist, so it essentially would have been duplicative testimony. So we didn't feel, or Mr. Jackson, I don't think, felt it was necessary to call Mr. Klein as well.
That sounds like a little bit more than just scheduling, doesn't it?
I would describe that as logistics, sir.
Logistics. You had to describe what Mr. Klein's role was or wasn't in that report, didn't you?
Again, I went over his background as an accident reconstructionist, yes.
Well, so you only talked about background, and from that, the decision was made not to call him, or did you talk about his role in your testing and in your opinions?
I didn't talk about his role, sir. I think ultimately the decision obviously was made by Mr. Jackson, not
I
me.
understand that, but I want to know what the conversation was that led to the decision not to call Mr. Klein. It wasn't simply logistics. What was the discussion you had?
Well, I told him that, again, we're both accident reconstructionists. Dr. Rentschler is a biomechanical engineer, so there would have been essentially duplicative testimony from both of us.
Well, your report's never very clear who did what. Would you agree with me that the report is a general report that has yours,
Well, yeah,
Dr.
no
Rentschler,
problem.
and Dr. Klein's name on it? Would you agree with me?
All three of our names are on it,
It
yes.
doesn't distinguish who did what in that report, does it?
Correct, but I think it certainly was testified to at the voir dire in the time of trial.
Before the voir dire. When you spoke to the defense, did you explain to them what the different roles were for the different people that led to the decision not to call
Never
Mr. Klein?
watched,
Again, we went over our backgrounds, and I think from that you can deduce that.
I don't know what that means.
Well, if you're familiar with what an accident reconstructionist does and you're familiar with what a biomechanical engineer does, then you would be able to understand that.
Well, it would be easy to understand if you could just tell us what the conversation was. That's what I'm asking about.
Objection, Your Honor.
Allow it.
When you had a conversation with the defense, did you tell them the role that Mr. Klein played in your investigation and in your conclusions?
Again, I told him that we are both accident reconstructionists.
Okay. And he chose you instead of Mr. Klein. Did you say there was a difference between you and Mr. Klein and what you did?
No, again, we were both a part of the testing. We were both a part of the review. So we had exactly the same role, essentially.
Did you tell him that?
No, I told him that we were both accident reconstructionists.
And you remember that's all you said about it?
Yes.
During the voir dire and the trial, did you get to watch any of the Commonwealth experts?
No, I don't believe so.
Did you ever communicate with the defense about any questions and answers that could or should be asked?
No, but I will note that during the entirety of the first trial, the Department of Justice was closely watching it, and we had certainly a direct line of communication with them that they were giving us and providing us information about the trial as it was ongoing.
Did you ever communicate with the defense about questions and answers to ask?
No, sir.
Did you ever see anybody's testimony at any time during the first trial?
I might have seen a few news clips, but I didn't watch any specifically, no.
Did you ever watch anybody's testimony? Did you ever watch any of the reconstruction testimony?
No, sir.
Did you, after the trial, spend any private time with the defense?
No, I left town.
Okay. You didn't go to lunches or parties or anything like that?
Oh my
No, I went straight to the airport.
Wow.
And sir, is there any other communications that you've had with the defense that you didn't tell us about outside the text and the phone calls and the signal calls, or any other communications that you can think of that you had with the defense?
No, sir. I've provided everything I have in my possession.
I have no further questions.
Mr. Lessie, do you have anything?
I can do, Your Honor. Thank you.
We're going to get to Dr. Rentschler today or not?
Well, you know how much time Mr. Brennan's.
I'm just asking you.
I will, Your Honor.
Okay.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Okay. So again, we watched all of this earlier. I'm going to skip to like some of it's a shorter, I guess technically it's a cross. We're going to skip to like sort of the, let's see, endish part here.
To Daniel Wolfe. Do you have that?
Yes.
And that email states in substance, thank you so much for taking the time to get on with the phone this morning. Pursuant to our conversation, please feel free to forward an engagement letter to this email address. I will get that.
And this is really important. This is the email correspondence. Okay, let me back this up. Okay.
Under contract with the Department of Justice.
Now let's go to the emails that were discussed with you, starting with March 20, 2024, and then the subsequent email of March 22nd, 2024.
Okay.
Are you there, sir?
Yes, I think so.
Okay. Well, let's test to make sure. March 20, 2024, 10:49 a.m. from Alan Jackson to Daniel Wolfe. Do you have that?
Yes.
And that email states in substance, thank you so much for taking the time to get on with the phone this morning. Pursuant to our conversation, please feel free to forward an engagement letter to this email address. I will get that countersigned and returned to you forthwith along with your retainer as required. As of March 20th, 2024, was there any understanding that ARCCA would be compensated by the defense for any aspect of current or future work?
No.
Was there any understanding or discussion that ARCCA would receive any reward or payment or compensation for any contemplated work with the defense?
No.
The discussions that you had with Mr. Jackson that are the subject of this March 2024 email, were there any inducements to ARCCA from the defense?
No, sir.
After that email was received by you, did you have any understanding or expectation of any kind that ARCCA would be compensated for any work associated with this case?
No, sir.
What was briefly the essence of that conversation that's discussed in the March 20, 2024 email?
Well, if it correlates to when I'm looking back at this phone record log, there was an incoming call to the ARCCA main line on March 20th, 2024 at 7 a.m. And that's Pacific Standard Time. So that would have been at 10 a.m. Eastern Time. So that call lasted for 39 minutes. And as I mentioned earlier with Mr. Brennan, I think that was a conversation about Alan trying to get in touch with me, letting us know that, hey, we've received your all's report as part of this federal investigation. How can we go about utilizing you guys to come testify at trial? Can you guys come testify at trial? So, and then as I mentioned, I went over him with our typical, protocol for when a case comes in and a client wants to utilize us to testify, which is certainly outlined in that email. But obviously, given the very unique nature of this case, I had no idea if that was something that was okay, if it was allowed, what to do. So subsequent to that email, I then reached out to the Department of Justice to get clarification on what the guidelines would be to move forward.
I'm going to come back to these emails, but I want to go right to the July invoice from ARCCA to Worksman Jackson Firm. So can you locate that? Is that in your production? It's the July invoice.
Yes. I have it located, yes.
Did you ever have any discussion of any kind with any member of the defense team about that invoice before July 12th of 2024?
No, sir. And I will note, I am not a part of the invoicing or accounting at ARCCA. When a bill goes out, how much it goes out for, who it goes to, I'm not a part of that at all.
For each, and
this is basically, Alessi makes a lot of great points here, right? And a lot of what this ends up happening is like, if Brina really wanted the answers about the billing, he could have brought in the or asked to talk to the the ARCCA billing payments accounts payable dude, right? But he doesn't. And this dude is not responsible. I mean, it's just, yeah. So this is all very good for the defense.
Every entry on that invoice, did you have any understanding that the defense team, as you're making each of those entries, any understanding that the defense team was going to be paying for any of that work?
No, again, I think my boss wants to know what I'm doing with my time, right? What am I working on? Am I sitting there twiddling my thumbs, or am I working on a case? So that's the purpose of tracking time, sir.
So can you please describe how it is you enter time and what your thought process is as you're entering each of those time entries? Not each one, but just collectively. How do you do it? Why do you do it? And how does that work in your firm?
So again, there's usually just a spreadsheet. Sometimes I'll write it down. Maybe my project manager will enter it. But ultimately, I keep track. If I've got, an 8-9 hour day, right? I'm working on multiple cases that day, right? So I figure out, all right, did I have a telephone call? Did I work on a report for this long, right? So I keep track of my time in a spreadsheet, so that ultimately, again, my boss and the accounting department knows what was Dr. Wolfe doing on this day, this month.
I mean, it all makes sense logically. We're going to skip ahead again. We watched all this earlier. We're going to skip ahead a little bit to the redirect.
I don't recall a single question by the Commonwealth in that, no.
Did the Commonwealth ask you any questions at that voir dire hearing about whether you had any substantive discussions with the defense about your February report to the United States Department of Justice?
I don't believe they asked, no.
Okay, this is Dawn. So by the way, what we're going to do, we're almost finished up here. We will redirect, portal through the magic of the portal into watching Jen McCabe's cross from the first trial, because it is amazing. And word on the street is she's going to be testifying tomorrow. So
You to have more, or
just go ahead a little bit. Because what's really interesting is the way this worked timing wise was they were like running out of time. And I was like, what are they going to do? And this will become clear here.
was it important to you
Go ahead a little bit.
with regard to
Actually, I can probably jump ahead more with the slidey bar. Okay.
Now let's go to this year.
No, I was not aware of any issue with using that communication.
Was there any communication with?
Okay. So
Correct.
now-
Correct, but I understood Your Honor's order, and I wanted to meet that deadline. So I worked as quickly as I could over the last week to ensure that, again, we could respect that deadline, and we completed our testing.
And with regard
Suggesting that it's going
Okay, here we go.
to take until May 7th for you to complete your reports in this case?
And the analysis, yes.
This is really the biggest thing here, the May 7th of it all. May 7th.
You know when this trial started?
Okay, so I'm going to jump ahead to when he gets cut off by Bev here, which is pretty funny.
Yeah, I think
So when the Department of Justice was giving a particular witness is testifying in this case, is it to share any of the information you received from the
I think it was
evidence that was produced as part of your report, or to consider for your report that you knew review other witnesses' testimony or information? Did you know that?
I was never made aware of that. No.
Nobody made you aware.
From the Department of Justice. As I mentioned, I don't know which witness provided the DNA information, but I would presume that, and our report was already solidified. So it didn't please.
You recognize this?
Yes.
So as an expert, their testing is accurate. Report materials.
Testing that should be solidified and memorialized already.
Well, if there's new testing, if a new expert does something new, and an expert wants to look at it, you would agree.
There's the May 7th again.
Yes.
May 7th. It could take an expert, if they wanted to do testing based on new testing that you provided, over a month, couldn't it?
It depends. I can't answer that.
When you wrote that initial report and you provided
So he goes on a little bit more about this timing with the report, which is really funny because he's been on the stand for a long time, and this ends up being the thing that really matters. And it's like at the very end of this whole examination, this whole thing about the report and the May 7th.
trial one is there.
I think you might be confused. Again, our role for this round.
I don't think I am.
Objection, Your Honor, you should be allowed to answer.
I don't think I'm confused. I'm talking about trial one.
Right.
You had a 12-page report. You provided no video, no raw data, no notes, correct?
Correct. But for this trial, sir, we are being asked to respond to Dr. Welcher.
That's
Okay.
not what I'm
We
asking.
have provided everything that he would need to evaluate the testing that we have done.
That's not what I'm asking. What if he wants to evaluate the testing you did the first time? Are you going to come into court? Do you hope to testify about the opinions you gave the first time? About those 4 opinions?
I don't know what the defense's plan is for us. My understanding is that it's to evaluate and respond to Dr. Welcher.
All right, with that, I need to see counsel attack.
And there it is. She's just stopping it there. Like, no, that's it. She's like, the thing is this, she cut him off and there's not even a recross, which I know it sounds weird because it's really a defense witness. But this to me, again, signal number 2 that she's already made up her mind. because she's like, I want to get on to Dr. Rentschler so I can still get out of here early. She still goes home 6 minutes early for the day, if you can believe it. I was shocked. So they go to sidebar, and then they bring in Dr. Rentschler, and he has like 30 seconds or something on the stand. It's crazy. There he is. And literally the only part that really matters is at the end.
John Rentschler,
They don't
ANDREWJO.
They don't even cross him. This is crazy, guys. The only thing that really matters is at the end, and it's literally a question from Judge Bev. Like, this is craziness. Okay.
I was the last witness, so before my ride to the airport, they said there's a lunch next door. We need to get somebody else to take to the airport. Come over, have lunch. I had lunch, stood in the corner, and then got a ride back to the airport.
Spend time with the defendant and her family?
Oh, they were certainly there.
Did you talk to them?
Well, they talked to me. As I said, I ate my lunch, and then I actually went and stood in the corner, and then I believe some people came over to talk to me and approach me.
So you spent some time with them?
Stood in the corner. Poor guy.
Certainly, yes.
Okay.
Feel bad for him.
And sir, I understand the report is not going to be ready until May 7th or after?
I believe currently that's what the estimated deadline is, yes.
And so when evaluating Dr. Welch's materials, you wanted to look at the raw data, the conclusions, the findings, the PowerPoint, all the materials, right?
Yes, you'd like to review all the materials before coming up with an
And then you
opinion.
make a decision on what you think is appropriate to contest or maybe agree with, and then do your own test if necessary, correct?
To be able to respond to what those opinions and allegations are, yes, sir.
And it's taken you at least a month to fairly do that, hasn't it?
Well, I believe that's what we've had, a month. I don't know if it's taken us a month. That's basically all we've had up to this point to do
And
that.
it's still not done.
No, not yet. That's correct, sir.
All right. Is that it, Mr. Brennan?
That's it, thank you.
All right. Can you get that report and everything completed before the 7th? If I order you to do so?
If you order me to do so, I mean, I could certainly try and expedite it. Yeah.
All right. I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
That's it. She's done. I'm going to check and see if she's already put a decision out, because literally what I said earlier when we were watching this live, I was like, well, there you have it. She's already made up her mind. She still gets out of court 6 minutes early, if you can believe it. I think she's going to let them testify and all that. I think what she's going to say is turn that shit over by May 6th, for example. I mean, probably. Because literally just to make Brennan feel like he got a win or whatever, which is dumb. But like, she's like, listen to how she asked this question. And honestly, she's actually very polite about this, which is crazy. I think she's really fed up with Brennan this juncture, honestly, guys.
Still not done.
No, not yet. That's correct, sir.
All right. Is that it, Mr. Brennan?
That's it, thank you.
All right. Can you get that report and everything completed before the 7th? If I order you to do so?
If you order me to do so, I mean, I could certainly try and expedite it. Yeah.
All right. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. You're all set.
Certainly try and expedite that, but that's a yes. That's a yes. That's a yes. I mean, so she's probably going to say the 6th. That's
you,
what I think.
All right. Want to see counsel at sidebar? For
I'm just checking to see if
1 minute.
Out. They go to sidebar. I'm not seeing. I was thinking it might be out. Hold on. Oh, we have another affidavit? What? Oh, wow.
All right. That's it. Thank you.
Did you guys hear about this? What? Did you guys hear about this? There's an affidavit from a juror from the first trial that just came out. What? What is this? They're talking about the noise they heard from the jury room. They're saying they never felt threatened. Interesting. I'm not going to worry about that right now. I'm looking for Bev's if she's, I don't see it though. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if we have it by tomorrow. I mean, she's already made up her mind, and that's clear to me, I would say. That's clear to me. Because if she was gonna do anything other than just say turn this stuff over by May 6th, for example, she would not be able to. I mean, she would have had to hear from the defense, because the defense didn't even get to ask a single question of Dr. Rentschler. So yeah, so there's nothing else here yet. So we will keep an eye out for that. But yeah, it's in regards to the buffer zone stuff. You know, there's like there's a separate, you know, there's like so many trials with this, right? Or case like adjacent, right? It's with the buffer zone. It's in support of saying that the buffer zone is not necessary. That's what it's about. But yeah, and we covered that, Meg. We covered that last night. The stuff with Ms. Peters, we covered that last night. The affidavit for that. This is not that. That's why I got all excited initially. And then I was like, oh, wait, it's different. Not nearly as exciting, not nearly as spicy. In fact, not spicy at all. A better affidavit? Are you talking about the one that's anonymous? Vendor? We covered that last night. Are you all talking about the same thing? The one that's for Commonwealth v. Aiden Carney, and it's an anonymous affidavit. Is that what your guys are talking about? If you're, I would imagine it is, but yeah, we covered that last night. Yeah, it's insane. I don't think I saved that. I don't know where Twiz went. But basically, yeah, it's here's what I will say, right? We don't have any receipts for it yet. I expected all hell to break loose today, and it didn't. I expected them to come in the morning and like, if for example, there had been some receipts to come in, I expected them to address it. And I was like, what the hell is going to happen? It wasn't even brought up. It wasn't even mentioned. It wasn't addressed at all. So, I don't know if it's just they're not paying it any mind. I mean, yeah, there was nothing to go along with it. It was just an affidavit. So you know how they say, right? We have to wait to see if there's receipts, but it is some very strong allegations. So it's anonymous, but they have to have a witness, right? That signs it, that they are there, that they witnessed it. So that happened. They did have it witnessed and all that, right? And when I saw it, it hadn't yet been assigned like a number on the docket or anything. So I don't know. What I can do is this. Let me go ahead. I can try to find it and we can look at it again real quick, but I deleted it. So I'm going to have to grab it and then crop it real quick. But what I'm going to do is this. I'm going to redirect y'all into the next stream, which is the Jen. We're going to watch Jen on cross because word on the street is she's going to be testifying here in a number of hours probably. But while it's redirecting you guys, I'll go ahead and grab that and we'll take a look and then we'll watch Jen on cross. So let me go ahead and get that and I'll see you guys here in just a second.